Remain standing, and we'll have our invocation by Councilmember Joy. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we busy ourselves with council business, give yourself a moment to breathe and reflect. We face many challenges, but we also can rise to opportunities they present. During World War II, the challenge of producing aircraft quickly was overcome with production efficiency in assembly and measures to reduce worker absenteeism. In 1944, 100,000 aircraft were produced, which was thought impossible. That innovation led to a successful war effort. In 2021, Billings elementary students ate from paper sack lunches for the entire school year. Every lunch was a small package of surprises due to supply shortages for the lunch program. Students ate food they had never tried before and without ketchup. Economists would call that an example of substitution in macroeconomics. Substitution and innovations do not always come from abundance, but from scarcity. We will have many more changes to come, but we can learn to eat without ketchup. We can find words of appreciation and thanks to those who put their lives on the line for our safety, and words of encouragement to those who find substitution uncomfortable. Thank you.
Thank you. Tony, if you would please call the roll, please.
Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Gulick.
Here.
Neese.
Here. Here.
Owen.
Present.
Sorry.
Joy.
Present.
Tariki.
I'm here.
Tidswell.
Here.
Purenton. Boyette.
Here.
Rupsis.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. Our first item is our minutes, but the minutes from our March 14th meeting are still pending, so we'll get those at our next business meeting. Move then to council courtesies. I'm going to ask Council Gulick. I suspect you would like to tell us a little more about the Jeff Spec events coming up, and specifically, we have a copy of a spec book for everybody here. I think they're down in the office, and I forgot to grab them to bring them up. Okay. So I will try to do that at break. Don't leave tonight without getting a copy. But with that, would you like to tell a little bit about why the book and other events?
Thank you, Mayor. That would be a great pleasure to remind everybody that Jeff Speck, noted city planner and author, will have a free public presentation here in Billings, 6 o'clock next Wednesday, the April 6th, at the Babcock Theater. Doors open at 5 o'clock for a free public reception as well. Jeff speaks of how to create more walkable communities and what the benefits are to our community in terms of our economy, the community benefits, health benefits, et cetera. So I highly encourage you all. And then we have a copy of Walkable City for council members who may not already have that copy.
Very good. Thank you very much. Other council courtesies this evening. Are there any others? Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I would just like to give a shout out to Director Melling and the people at Solid Waste for taking on constituent calls. I had a constituent who had some concerns with the changeover in containers for solid waste, and she was very happy. She feels very comfortable that the staff is available. As solid waste leadership is available to answer her concerns, and she really feels very comfortable. And I'd just like to say thank you to Megan and Kyle and Director Melling for just stepping up and taking on those constituent concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council courtesies this evening. Are there any other council courtesies? Don't see any. So we'll proceed to proclamations. We have 3 this evening. The first one is for Msu Powwow and reads as follows. Whereas we celebrate with Montana State University Billings as it hosts one of the greatest gatherings of Native American dancers and singers in the northern Rocky Mountain region. And whereas Billings has the largest population of Native Americans of any city in our region. And we wish to acknowledge that Native American citizens who live in and visit Billings contribute economically, politically, educationally, spiritually, and culturally to our community. And whereas more Native Americans serve in our country's armed forces on a per capita basis than any other ethnic group, and we honor the sacrifices of many tribal citizens who have made that they have made in defense of our great nation. And whereas Billings culture and history is more vibrant because of the special relationship that exists between the city of Billings, Native American tribes, and Native people. And this community has a desire and a responsibility to help preserve the proud tradition of Native Americans by supporting cultural events such as the annual MSU Powwow. And whereas we reaffirm this commitment and seek to foster a deeper understanding and appreciation for the culture and history of the 573 federally recognized Native American and Alaska Native nations in this country that enrich the nation and quality and character of our city and region. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, do hereby proclaim Friday, April 1st to be through Saturday, April 2nd, as a time to celebrate MSU Billings Resilience Celebration Powwow, honoring health, traditions, and languages, and call upon all citizens of Billings to commemorate this time with appropriate programs and activities. I believe we do not have somebody who wanted to address that item. So we will move to the YWCA Gateway Horizons Day proclamation, which reads as follows. Whereas domestic violence is second only to poverty as the leading cause of homelessness in our community, and most of the individuals and families that the YWCA Billings serves are victims of both. Whereas YWCA Billings is dedicated to saving and changing lives by offering safe shelter and affordable housing to help victims find safety from violence and rise above poverty. Whereas each year, YWCA Billings provides victims thousands of shelter nights and finds hundreds of families housing while encircling them with the supportive services needed to assist in their healing from their trauma and avoid further abuse and homelessness. Whereas YWCA's new Gateway Horizons shelter will make these possibilities available to significantly larger numbers of victims who are predominantly women and children over many decades to come. Now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, do hereby proclaim April 8, 2022 as YWCA Gateway Horizons Day in the City of Billings in recognition of the life-saving and life-changing work done by YWCA Billings and the increasing need for safe, secure refuge for victims of domestic abuse, sexual assault, and human trafficking. Did we have a representative from the Y who would like to comment in any way? Seeing none, we'll move to our third and final with, proclamation, which is the week of the young child. Whereas the first year of a child's life are critical for brain development and future learning, and approximately 12% of the 12,000 children in Yellowstone County under age 6 live in low-income families. And whereas parents of almost 3/4 of all children in Yellowstone County work outside the home, and during the pandemic, 1 in every 4 women who reported becoming unemployed said it was due to the lack of childcare. And whereas quality early childhood programs benefit children, families, and our local economy by ameliorating poverty, remediating delays, preventing child neglect, and helping children prepare for school so that they are more likely to succeed later in life. And whereas many child care providers continued to support children and families during the pandemic at great personal and professional cost to themselves, and payment rates for services to low-income children do not cover the cost of quality care. And whereas our community and its children benefit from quality early childhood education that is developmentally appropriate, accessible, affordable, and reflects a rich diversity of linguistic, racial, and cultural identities, and whereas we support the teachers and providers of early childhood education in our community who deserve a family-sustaining wage that is commensurate with the required education and skills that they bring to the complex and valuable work that they do. And now, therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, during the 51st anniversary of the Week of the Young Child, do hereby proclaim April 2nd through 8th as Week of the Young Child in Billings, and recognize the essential work of early childhood educators in our community, and urge all citizens to support efforts that increase children and families' access to high-quality early childhood education. Did we have anybody who would like to speak or be recognized in recognition of the Week of the Young Child? Feel free to come to the podium, please, and please just introduce yourselves and tell us a little more.
So my name is Taylor. I work for the Child Care Resource and Referral Department of HRDC. And so we wanted to...
Just need to turn on that microphone. If there's a, it is on. It is. Just speak a little louder. There you go.
So I just wanted to make the comment, give some information. So the Week of the Young Child is an annual celebration sponsored by the National Association for the Education of Young Children, the world's largest early childhood education association, first establishing this celebration in 1971. Celebrating Week of the Young Child allows our community to take time to focus on the needs of our children, their families, and the programs that support them. Our community and all those around us are struggling with many factors of childcare, whether it's affordability, availability of slots, or being a quality program. I invite you all to read the article, if you haven't, Montanans Struggle to Access Affordable Childcare by Caitlin Jensen and Tracy McIntyre. You can find this article on montanabusinessquarterly.com. Studies have been done to capture the struggles that childcare programs, families, and businesses have gone through over the last few years regarding childcare in Montana. Our community needs your support, and that is why we will celebrate Week of the Young Child. HRDC will be hosting a virtual event on April 2nd to recognize our families, children, and childcare providers.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes then our proclamations for this evening, and we'll move then to council reports. Are there any reports by any council member concerning a body or group that you serve on behalf of the city? Seeing none, we'll move to our city administrator report. Chris Kulski. Chris, you have anything for us?
Yes, thanks, Mayor and Council. I have 4 different items just to touch on. So first of all, item 1D, that is on the consent agenda. I just wanted to flag there. Normally, any of our agreements, this is the settlement agreement between the Heights Water District and the city. And our standard policy is to have those signed by the other party before you review for approval. In this case, though, the Heights Water District did end up deciding to hold an additional public meeting on April the 13th for the what we hope to be the final approval for their signature. I suggest and ask that you approve it this evening, have the mayor sign it, and therefore when they hold that public meeting, provided what's been indicated to us through their legal counsel, this has been vetted by them and by us, then we should get this signed and finally get this chapter behind us. So I just wanted to flag that because, like I say, our normal policy is to have the other side signature before ultimately bring it to you. We don't have that. We won't have that until April 13th. Second item is to request that you move an agenda item this evening. So regular agenda item number 2, that be moved to, I'm sorry, thank you, item 3, be moved to what would become the new number 5 because everything will slide up. So immediately after Buffalo Crossing. And that is, that would be helpful. Staff is of helping coach T-ball or Little League. And like in Montana, right? What a great day to start the season. It's 80. Next week it'll be snowing, but it gets everybody excited today. So if you could move that, that would be helpful for us. And then third, no ex parte communications. And fourth, last but certainly not least, I want to formally introduce our community. You've all met her at Victoria Hill. Victoria, if you'll come up. Victoria has been on the job for 30 days today, as of today, and without a doubt, I think in her, thank you. We're excited, I'm excited, and in her first 30 days, without a doubt, I think you and the public have seen now what it looks like when we actually have a dedicated person making sure that we have press releases and information flow happening out there. So I wanted to get the public introduced to her. She's not new to Billings, as most all of us know, right? Been in Billings for roughly a dozen years, 10 plus years, and we were very grateful to steal her from Q2. Okay, didn't steal it. We'll take any excellent employees out there who are working within the city of Billings. If you see an opportunity to come to work for us, we'd like you to come do that. So Victoria, could you just say a few words and welcome? We're excited to have you.
Thank you very much, Chris, and good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm very excited. I was invited here tonight for a formal introduction. I had the chance to meet all of you a couple weeks ago at the retreat, and so this is also my introduction to the community and anyone who might not be familiar with me or might not have met me yet. I'm thrilled to be here. This city is filled with some amazing, dedicated workers, and everyone I've met so far is very passionate about what they do, and that's the reason why they're here to work for the city and make Billings a great community. So I'm excited to share that through my work and everything I'm doing here. I've done everything from social media outreach, I've done press releases, and I've posted what I'm calling stories to the City of Billings website, and so that's how I hope to spread the word. There's great things that are happening every day here in the city, whether it be through the City Council or city workers, and that's my job to step in and share that word that otherwise might go unnoticed. So I've done lots. I feel like I've accomplished lots over the past month, and the possibilities are endless. So I'm excited to see what's next and where this goes next. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and welcome. And did you have a friend you wanted to introduce?
I do. Come here, Brooke. My daughter, Brooke, is here with me, and she's thrilled. And I wanted to bring her with me this evening because she is very curious, what is this new job all about? And so she was very excited about the elevator ride in the parking garage. I'm like, well, this is a good start. And so she's very happy to be here. And yeah, happy to see her mom do this new thing. So thank you.
Councilmember Trickey wants to cross-examine Brooke.
Actually, I just wanted to point out, in the last week and a half, there was a really excellent example of why the PIO is so important to us. A week ago Thursday, I was at the Central Cherry Task Force, and the EPA people and the state DEQ people were there doing a presentation to them. And I said, you guys need to get this word out faster, so let's get it. Why don't you come to the council meeting on Monday night? And I copied, the Chris and staff, and I included you in it. And you got a press release out there the very next morning, and Q2 picked it up. I actually found out that it had been picked up because 2 people called me to say that, oh, hey, this is happening. So I just wanted to say this is a great example of why we need you, and welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm looking for any and every opportunity I can to communicate and jump right on things, and so I might over-communicate at first, but hey, at least it's best to be informed than under-informed. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for lending us your mom, Brooke. Okay, I think that concludes the city administrator report then. And so we'll move on to public comment on non-public hearing items. So this is an opportunity for anybody who might be in the audience or online to comment on things that will not have a public hearing later. Those are item number 1, which is our consent agenda, and all of those sub-items through item 1J. Then also item 5B, which, excuse me? Well, I guess we haven't voted on that, which is a good point, which once we're done with the consent agenda, we'll take that item up, okay? At this point, 5B, which is the Buffalo Crossing Development Agreement, we will have public hearings on the Buffalo Crossing development, that's at 60th and Grand, but if somebody has a specific comment about the development agreement per se, this is an appropriate time to comment. We're not going to be too much of a stickler. If you want to comment on the development agreement later during those public hearings, feel free to do that as well. And then lastly, the current item number 6, which is the police collective bargaining agreement. So anyway, if you'd like to comment on any of those items, please feel free to come to the podium now, and you'll have 3 minutes. Just tell us your name and address up front, and any of the other items you can wait until your public hearing comes up. And there are copies of the agenda back on that card if you didn't get one. So anyway, is there any public comment on anything that any of those items I mentioned, items 1, 5B, or 6? Any public comment on any of those items? Not seeing anybody, so we will go ahead and close the public comment period on those items, move ahead to item 1, the consent agenda, and then after that, don't let me move into 2 without taking up that issue of our agenda. And I assume, Chris, that doesn't impact our staff. They're not waiting around for our decision on that right now, right? Okay.
No.
Okay. So on the consent agenda, are there any separations for separate vote? Any separations? Councilmember Ripsis.
I'd like to separate 1H.
1H, utility easement with Northwestern Energy.
Please. Thank you.
Okay, any other separations? Councilmember Neese.
I'd like to separate 1D, but also 1B. B is in boy.
1B, purchase of advertising benches.
Sorry, Mayor, my mic wasn't on. I'd like to separate 1B and 1D.
And 1D as in dog settlement agreement, Heights Water District.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Any other separations? Okay, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agendas for March 28th, except for items 1B, 1D, and 1H, as stated.
Motion made, seconded by Councilmember Shaw. Discussion now on the non-separated items, including questions for staff. Do we have questions or discussion aimed at the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote on the non-separated items. If in favor of approval, that's the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Our first separated item then is item 1B, purchase of the advertising benches. We don't have a presentation on that, so we'll turn over to Councilmember Neese since it's your separation, and then Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to, in fact, we got an email from Kevin here about my questions on this, because it seems as you read through this memo, it's not just a purchase of the benches, but it's actually a policy change to bring the program in-house. And normally we would typically see these type of policy changes, or maybe through the budget cycle. And so I'd like Kevin to kind of explain, what this process is. I think your email to me this afternoon, and maybe if the council members saw that, I thought it was a pretty good explanation. But this is a policy change where we're not just, I guess we're already doing a lot of the work, is what you explained. And even though there's, right now the current policy or the program is a 60-40 split, as I understand, the way the memo read, we would get 100% of that. But there are expenses that whatever that vendor was doing that that now we're going to have to take those expenses on. Right. And so the net will be what you estimate at. So if you can kind of explain that program, and then we can talk a little bit about it.
Certainly. Mayor, Council, this concession agreement with the Met is expiring at the end of the month. And so at the beginning of the year, we decided to look at this and move forward with options of taking it over ourselves. There was a couple of reasons for that. One is, our ability to raise revenues is very limited at Met. We can raise our ticket price on the buses, but that has a negative impact usually because it's a supply and demand thing. It's, most of our riders are lower income, and you raise that up a little bit, that impacts their ability to spend that money on something else. So it's very difficult to raise those rates. We did it here 5 years ago. Had some, actually dropped our ridership for a while, and it's starting to come back now, especially with the price of gas. And so when we look across the board, and our options for raising revenues at Met are a little bit limited. One of the things that's happening, and you're all aware of this, is that, we've gotten a lot of federal grants here in the last 3 years. And each one of those federal grants, requires a local share match. While we like to take advantage of those dollars, we needed some way to make sure we had enough local funds that we could handle those extra local share matches. So when we started talking about this, we looked at, and we've been looking at this for a while. It was one of the reasons last year's budget, that we implemented a marketing and advertising coordinator. And that was selfish on my part because we have a concession program at the airport as well. And we had to take that over ourselves 4 years ago because we went out for RFPs 3 times and got 0 responses. And when we inquired with those concessionaires why, they said, because your market is so small. They like Las Vegas, LA, the big airports where they can just splash stuff and make a lot of money. The other thing we found too is that, the percent of revenue, if you go with these larger corporations, it drops dramatically. So we've inquired around a little bit about what our options are. The best that we could find with any of for the concessionaires that do transit bus benches was about 30%. Most of them were lower than that. And the reason for that is because there's a large investment up front, because there's no guarantee. If the city doesn't own those benches, you can't really turn over the concessionaire at any given point in time because they have to buy all those assets. We have about over 200 benches out there. At $400 a pop, that's an expensive adventure to get into, and it's hard to recoup that over 5 years. So this has always been kind of an issue that I thought we needed to address in one way or another. So if we take it over, then we own the benches, and if it doesn't work out for us, we can always go back out as a concessionaire, but we own the benches. So then that makes the playing field level. So it's the only thing that kind of took me a minute to get my arms around is because, we calculated the price on 200 benches or 200 and whatever they were, times 400. That was the quotes we were getting. We actually talked to some agencies, and I think it was Great Falls and 2 here in town that could do that for us. It was about $400. And then in that conversation, he said, well, here's our offer. He said, well, here, I might as well just give you everything. And here's my price. And so we started calculating that out. And one of the things I looked at was, if we buy the benches, how long is that going to take? Once we get them, how long does it take to install them? And then, what kind of inconvenience is that to the customers that have been paying forever on those benches? So when I did the calculations, it came out that, we would probably be better off doing this deal for $240,000. Plus, there's 56 benches that are spares that are ready to go. So we have the ability to not only expand, but if some of those that we have aren't in great shape, we can just go out and replace them. So I think overall, this was a pretty good deal. And it just kind of turned out to look like that we were taking over this business. We're very excited to jump into this. In fact, we hired this person to start working on the airports. That's actually helped significantly. We have somebody who's focused on that, right? Instead of Marita, my business manager, trying to do 15 things and then make a phone call about someone's sign in our terminal building. So we think that this is a good program. It'll, there are some costs involved that we'll find out as we go what those are. But right now, I don't think it's anything that, I haven't budgeted anything extra for it in our budget for this upcoming year. I think we can cover most of that with the staff we have. at least initially, because the benches are in place, they're being used, they got advertising on them. The only thing we're going to have to do is, on occasion, is go out there, in which we're doing it already, is removing graffiti and making sure that if they're, been destroyed or hit by a car, that somebody cleans that up and puts a new one in place. So we're excited to start this process, and we hope that you'll agree with us.
Okay, Councilmember Denise?
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. And I understand this, the request to purchase the benches, then doing a policy shift. We're approving that policy shift to move the in-house at the same time. Is that correct?
If you want to call it a policy shift, I think it's more of an operational shift.
Okay.
Where we might have a policy issue is on, after we kind of get familiar with the business a little bit better on this side, when we start looking at maybe do we want to raise rates on those, that might be more of a policy discussion. But right at the moment, I think us taking it over is the best thing for Met.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there further questions or a motion on this item? Councilmember Trickey.
If I understand right, you guys do advertising at the airport, you do advertising on the buses, and you do advertising at the benches.
That is
Those
correct.
are the three platforms, right? So this is the only one that we don't currently own?
Actually, this contract also does the signage on the buses that we own. So if you see one of the buses that are wrapped, they would coordinate that effort. What's interesting is that when you do something like that, all of the costs to do that are paid for by the customer. So there's really no cost on the city to do this. It's basically a turnkey thing. So that's why we thought this was so interesting to do, because, we can coordinate that, set the customer up with the designers, then get with the graphics coordinators, get all of that done, and hopefully provide a better product.
Okay, so all the advertising is now going to be in-house?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or motion? Councilmember Gillick and Shaw.
Yes, I'd move to approve item 1B.
And second by Councilmember Shaw. You have a motion for approval before you. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, which is for approval, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Second separation, Councilmember 1D, settlement agreement with the Heights Water District. Councilmember Neese, that was your separation. Would you like to start us off?
Yeah, I think that I'd like to table this for after the break.
Okay, is that just a statement of general intent?
That my motion
to start discussion?
My motion is to table this until after the break.
Okay.
You just give rationale.
Until after the break?
After our mid-break.
Today. Oh, okay. Not
Today,
to
yes.
a future date, just to delay
not like
this
spring
item.
break or anything like
okay.
that.
So I was wondering. Okay. Okay. So it's a change of motion to change our agenda. Basically, I guess is how I would interpret that. Is there a second to the motion? Second by Councilmember Owen. Procedurally, Gina, Chris, anybody have any problem with that before? Or I don't mean on the merits, but just procedurally.
No.
We would just be putting that until when we could, first item up after our break. Okay. Councilmember Boyette?
May I ask why?
Mayor?
Councilmember Owen.
I'm happy to respond. I think we had a brief conversation before and kind of ran out of time before we got started here. I have some questions, and I think Councilmember Neese has some questions about paragraph 6, which would direct the parties to negotiate a new water agreement. What I don't want to do is sit here and negotiate terms on the fly. I'd rather just sort of articulate my concern, give Gina a minute to think about it, visit about it over the break, see if we're misunderstanding something, and then be able to have a more thoughtful conversation later later rather than just trying to ask her to respond off the cuff. So my particular concern here is that this language begins by saying that the parties shall meet to begin addressing issues with an existing water purchase agreement, and then at the end says nothing shall impose a legal duty. And those two seem to be in conflict, because if they shall meet and they don't meet, or they dispute whether or not they meted, now we're in breach and we're back to interest accruing and those financial consequences. And so I think it's a drafting error. It may be an intent error, and I don't want to sit here and wordsmith it in open session. So I'm just hoping Gina can hear that, think about it, we can discuss over the break and come back and have a council discussion.
Okay, so thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, which will delay that item until after our break this evening, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. That motion passes. And our next item up, item 1H, utility easement with Northwestern Energy. Councilmember Ripsis, that was your separation. Would you like to start us off?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'd just like to ask why we don't insist that these power lines are buried. So I'm not sure if that's a Michael Whitaker or if that's a Public Works question or Chris.
So anybody on staff can help me. My understanding is we don't have a set of standards at the city that mandates that lines be buried and where they have to be buried. So what I've seen over 20-some years working in Montana is if you're willing to pay to bury them, Northwestern will gladly say, sure, we'll bury them. But all customers have to bear the cost, and there's an additional cost. So unless you've got a regulation that mandates it, we're going to do whatever is simplest and whatever is consistent with what we have in that particular area. So some subdivisions have regulations that mandate burial, and there's that consistency, and my understanding is they take that added cost and they somehow recoup that, whether that's from the developer or the lot sales or whatnot. But if I'm wrong there, and Debbie or others are here, that is my understanding.
Any other comment from staff on that one? Back to Councilmember Ripsis.
I guess just what's the cost? I mean, how much of a cost is it that has to be eaten by the city, or does it go back onto the ratepayers? How is that cost actually borne?
So what I've seen in the past is Northwestern's unwillingness to pass that cost to all the rest of their customers, so that I would think what I would anticipate from them, if we say you're required to bury it, if we had that policy, or we could, and they may say to us, okay, great, here's the cost, here's how you pay us. I don't know if they allow us to pay that over time or if paid, but I don't know that discussion was had, or if we have anything in our regulations that say anytime we're talking about a park or these certain areas of town, we're requiring underground, or we want it to be underground.
Okay, Councilmember Owen.
I'm not sure that I fully agree. So, I mean, they still exist in a relatively regulated market, and they're entitled to a reasonable rate of return for a capital expenditure that's placed into service. So I don't think it's the case that they can't work it into their rate base. They may choose not to. The PSC may not approve it, but we don't know those things. And furthermore, I think until they start getting the signal that one of their largest municipal customers wants to see these things undergrounded, they won't go to the PSC and seek to put it into their rate base or seek their recovery rate. So it's my understanding that service regulations in the state of Montana would require undergrounding in a subdivision of, I think, 5 or 6 more units. So 10 feet in this direction, they had to underground it. And the fact that they happen to be in the city of right-of-way allows them to put a giant eyesore in a subdivision where it doesn't exist and where they've already solved the undergrounding issue. So I'm concerned that if we don't start saying this city doesn't want to see these brand new distribution lines come in and be an eyesore, that Northwestern will continue to just say, well, there's nothing we can do. And I think there might be. I think there might be things they can do if they go back to the PSC and say, listen, we've got to get a reasonable rate of return on this CapEx because the city is not giving us an alternative. So I don't know that I agree with the analysis that they don't have any option.
I'll comment and then hand it to Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Tricky. This issue came up 15 years ago or so when the giant gray high line or high voltage lines went down Grand Avenue. And the city was caught by surprise. And we did look into it at that point, I remember. And the numbers were astronomical to bury high voltage lines in the tune of like 1,000% of the cost. This particular line, I have no idea. Northwestern Energy, though, would say it is I suspect many times more expensive, also much more difficult to maintain, expensive to maintain to find breaks. But you have a lot fewer breaks and less need for maintenance. So there's that issue. Ultimately, though, one thing we need to look into is what our ability is to, quote, force them to do anything. It's our right of way, so we could say, no, the price of playing with us is to bury them. In theory, that would feel good, but remember, at the end of the day, they are a utility, and they could also just condemn our land and pay us 10 cents for it and probably do what they want. That would be my suspicion. But all those are good questions that we could look into, because we all agree they're not exactly beautiful. But unless you're an electrical power engineer, then I am sure they are. Councilmember, no offense, electrical engineers out there. Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Jennifer and Tom. Thanks for separating, because I would have separated this as well. This is the time when we have a new line going in, new request. This is the time to do it. I think for us to tell them to start burying all their existing lines, that's probably a little bit much of an overreach. Other counties and cities have done that across the nation. We're not asking them to do that. We're asking them to change their future business model to make sure that the lines are going underground. I agree with you, Mayor. If they were high power lines, then we'd have to kind of look at that and consider that. That's a little bit of a different animal. I don't think this is. I think this is just some capacity increase. And for us to conditionally approve this, to say, yes, you're welcome to be in the right of way as long as they're underground, I don't think there's any issue. They're going to spread their costs with the ratepayers, and I think moving forward, that'll send a signal. If we don't have a policy, we should generate a policy on all new utility lines. New should be put underground if at all possible.
Councilmember Tricky.
Yes, so I would like to move to approve item 1H, utility easement with Northwest Energy to install cables along 36th Street. And then if there's a second, I'd like to speak to the motion.
Man, his mic wasn't on.
Okay. There you go. Would you mind repeating that for the television audience?
My bad. I'm sorry. I move to approve item 1H, the utility easement with Northwest Energy to install the cables along 36th Street West.
And second by Councilmember Boyette and Councilmember Tricky.
Yeah, I think I agree with everybody. Polls are ugly, but I do not believe that this is the time or the place to change that policy. I definitely do believe that we should put it on the queue of things to look at and ask staff to get into it. But I do not agree that we should one-off, refuse things, just because we don't like them at that particular moment until we actually have a policy in place that would direct people and they would know that that's what they have to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion, to the motion, Councilmember Ripsis and Councilmember Owen.
Thank you. And Danny, I agree. We should not be up here making policy at this time. I would have preferred a delay. If we could table this for 30, 60 days, allow the city time to talk to Northwestern and come back with some ideas for us on cost, and so that we can put that policy in place going forward. But I agree, we don't want to make new policy tonight. For that reason, my only choice at this point is to vote no against your motion, but that's why.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Owen.
I think I would likewise support a delay rather than moving forward here. I'm not insensitive to the cost concern, but I also recognize that often the cost of undergrounding cables is due to the fact that they go under structures. And that's not the case here. I don't think we have any intention to build over top of this. So the maintenance cost is somewhat reduced. I think in the last 15 years, power line technology has come ways, and in many municipalities, investor-owned utilities have found ways to solve these problems and reduce their cost. They don't have to directionally drill to get under structures here. They don't have some of the same factors that would drive up their costs. And so I think we need to understand this better, to understand how to continue working with Northwestern Energy in a reasonable way. They clearly need this to be here, so it's an asset that I think they're interested in working on too, I would hope. And so I'm not excited to move forward on this and create an eyesore for the neighbors, because I think there are more questions that need to be asked. I think we have a little more capacity to negotiate for the best interests of our city.
Thank you very much. Council Member Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with both of you, and one of the things that I question is, when I got the information back from staff, is did they really talk to Northwest and push this issue? And I don't think they did. And so I'd like to make a substitute motion, delay this for 30, 60 days after we've had a chance to have staff look at some policy, look at some cost estimates as far as having to do something like this, and then bring it back to council and negotiate and talk to Northwest Energy and say, this is a preference of the city. This is what we'd like to see done.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, can I ask you to clarify the exact time frame or what parameters describe that time frame that's part of your motion? Because I think you said 30 or 60.
30, 60 days. I'll say up to 60 days delay.
Okay, with staff having the discretion to bring it back sometime before the 60 days
correct.
is appropriate.
Correct.
Okay, that's the motion. Councilmember Ripsis makes the second. Discussion on the substitute motion. Just a reminder, if this passes, it replaces the earlier motion. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I see that Debbie's not here, but staff, is 30 days, is 30 days going to be a problem for construction, et cetera? Would that be a nuisance?
Public Works Director George Chris, can you?
Or somebody?
So this blind's not being built on behalf of the city. This is Northwestern's energy request to us. I don't even think you need to put a date on it. What you're saying is you want Northwestern to come back and communicate clearly with you as to what prevents us from requiring here and elsewhere in our city that you bury lines. So I don't think you need to tie a date to it. They're knocking on our door. We're not knocking on theirs.
Okay, with that, was there any desire to make a friendly amendment or not? It's up to you. Move in.
Yeah, you asked for a date, so I said up to. I'm sorry, you asked for a date, so I said up to 60 days. But if there's no time frame, I would just say no. Just bring it back with more information as far as getting this, putting these underground and what it's going to take, what the cost estimates are, and so we can develop a policy to move forward on something like this.
Okay, so the proposed motion is for a date uncertain at some point in the future. The second, Councilmember Ripsis consents. So that is the proposed substitute motion in front of you, Council. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My mind goes back to another motion that had to do with Northwest Energy, where conditions were discussed at the time of the meeting, and we had previously done a couple of I think 2 work sessions with Northwest on the issue of that particular project, and it came back in a way that really didn't reflect what had been talked about. So I think that sometimes when we assume that others are willing to negotiate with us when we make very quick decisions at this table, it doesn't really go where we think it's going to go, and it very often goes off in a direction that we don't anticipate, that ends up not being particularly to our advantage. So I will not support the motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the substitute motion. Councilmember Trickey.
I will not be supporting the substitute motion as well. Even this is still making policy on the fly, because we are making policy, we are changing the policy to someone who has already applied. If you want to go in there and change the rules, you should change the rules and then make it work forward, not make it be retroactive to people who have already done things. That is one of the worst things, in my opinion, that as a regulatory body, we can get into the practice of doing is, telling people after they've already entered the process, oh, guess what? We don't want to do it that way anymore. So I can't support this, but I will support bringing forward a policy change for this.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion? Chris?
Sorry, Mayor, I'd like the city attorney she's got some clarification here that may affect the motion.
I would just, Mayor and Council, I would just like to suggest perhaps considering just simply removing this from the agenda. If you postpone this to an indefinite time, a date uncertain, then if no affirmative action is taken within the appropriate amount of time, which I believe is probably their next regular business meeting, that essentially kills the issue. So I think it'd be more appropriate to simply remove it from the agenda and ask staff to bring it back at a later date.
Okay, so back to our movement, and second, is that something you want to consider?
Considering the advice of the city attorney, I would amend my motion to, as a substitute motion to remove this item from the agenda.
And the second, Councilmember Upsis agrees, so that is the motion, just to remove the item from the agenda. Okay, any further discussion on that now revised substitute motion? Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will not support that motion. It isn't because I don't think that there is a very important and necessary conversation that needs to go on about how we regulate where those lines go and how they're treated. I won't support the motion because it essentially isn't in line with when we ask a business that we're regulating to come forward in business sessions and have, in work sessions and have discussion with them about what is possible. That's a whole different thing than simply putting this back on staff to say, change it until we're satisfied. I understand that we have that right, we can do that, but I think we run into, which we've had many conversations at this council about how we treat applicants that come forward and whether or not the public is involved with this. This has extremely important implications for the public. The public is the ratepayer. How is this going to play out in terms of what we as representatives of our constituents want? I don't think that has been publicly discussed. It's not something that our constituents would even know about, and how that might impact them could be very significant. So I will not support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are we ready to vote, Council? Okay, let's proceed to a vote. I will be voting in favor, but I would encourage staff to communicate with Northwestern Energy, find out if this puts them in a real bind. We just don't know. This is something that's going to be a bit of a surprise, and I would understand, and then keep Council informed. I'm voting in favor because I think this will keep it on our front burner. My concern is if we approve this, we'll never get back to the issue. That's just kind of the nature of the beast, I'm afraid. So, okay, if in favor of the substitute motion, which will remove this item from our agenda, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, Council members Joy and Shrieky. Anyone else? No, everyone else voted in favor, 2 votes in opposition. That concludes item 1H and concludes item 1, our agenda. Speaking of agenda items, we'll go to Chris's request that item number 3, the revolving loan program item, revisions to that ordinance, be put to the end of our agenda. So it'll become the new number 5. Chris, I'm assuming number 4 would move up. We're not swapping 5 and moving that to be the new number 3. We're just moving number 4 up to be number 3 and number 5 up to number 4. Is that?
Yes, I think that's right. So that
okay. So
works.
we just put 3 at the end. Yeah, is there a motion or other questions? Councilmember Neese and Councilmember Shaw.
I make a motion to move item number 3 to the item number 5 slot.
Okay, and second by Councilmember Shaw. Any discussion? Not, all in favor of the motion to make that change, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes. That's our new agenda. Brings us then to regular agenda item number 2. Tony, would you read item number 2?
Public hearing and special review 993, a special review to allow a vehicle and service repair building on a 2.17 acre parcel, generally located at the south intersection of Shiloh Road and Shiloh Crossing Boulevard. Central Holdings LLC owner, Donna Madsen agent. Zoning Commission recommends conditional approval and adoption of the findings of the 9 review criteria. Action, approval, or disapproval of Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presenter tonight is Karen. I'll turn it over to Karen unless, Chris, you had any introduction. No? So, Karen.
So you're trying to share something different?
No, I was trying to share that on the, so that people could see it.
Okay. Thank you, Karen,
Okay.
for double checking. Apparently, we don't have anybody on Zoom to share it with.
Okay.
Okay, thank
Go
you.
the more efficient route tonight, and it's here in front of you.
Okay, special review 993 is for the Les Schwab Tire Center. And it won't let me go.
I can advance it.
I'll advance it.
Here it goes. I got it, I think. Okay, excuse me. Les Schwab is primarily a tire center, but they also, as I understand, do brakes and oil changes on vehicles that they already have in for tire services. Vehicle service centers are allowed in the district, but with a building of over 5,000 square feet, it requires a special review approval. The surrounding zoning to the north is the CMU2, and to the south is a small strip of CMU2 and CX. To the east is also CMU2, and to the west is P1, which is our Shiloh Conservation District area, and also the Hogan Slough. This is the aerial view. This is the southernmost parcel in the Shiloh Crossing subdivision. This is a photo of the site. This is looking to the east. This is looking northeast towards the commercial center. This is looking to the north and to the southwest. The site plan submitted by the applicant also includes the layout that is the request for a variance from the 50% front lot coverage. The property line to the west side is approximately 140 feet, and 50% of that would be 70 feet, and the frontage of the building itself is 55. So that is what the request for the variance is. The bottom left-hand side elevation rendition is what the frontage would look like from Shiloh Road. And the garage door elevations would be facing south. That's the top elevation. The Zoning Commission has held their public hearing and is forwarding a recommendation of conditional approval with 8 conditions. The special review is for Lot 4E3 and Block 1 of Shiloh Crossing Subdivision. It's for a vehicle, tire, shop, and auto repair center greater than 5,000 square feet. It also includes a variance from the front lot line coverage for 50%. The landscaping plan shall include buffering to obscure the east side of the building. And with the exception of the above conditions, the site shall be developed in substantial conformance to the site plan submitted. The reduction of the minimum 50-foot front lot line coverage on Shiloh Road is included in this special review. The proposed development shall comply with all other limitations of the zoning regulations and any other ordinances in place. The applicant will submit for a building permit within 12 months and complete construction within 3 years of approval, and these conditions will run with the land. That completes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you very much. Before we proceed to a public hearing, questions for Karen? Councilmember Purington.
Karen, the only question that I have are there parameters that Shiloh Crossing has for different businesses that go into the development?
The applicant and agent were very proactive, and they have met with the representatives of the Shiloh Crossing Subdivision development committees, and they have they do have another variance with them pending regarding their development. I believe the applicant's agent is here. They can address those items, but they have put their proposal together with the advice from the committees.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Dees?
Thank you, Karen. Your email explained some of the questions I had, so I won't ask about those. But I am really concerned about the across the street, the Shiloh, the conservation area over in Shiloh. I've been there. It's a very nice, quiet area. Lots of different birds and things like that. People walking around, their pets and their dogs. And I know you said it's 200 feet across. I think Shields is about 450 feet, the front door from that. Of course, that's inside, and so they wouldn't be hearing the noise coming out of this. I've been around these shops. They're really not noisy. I lived near one, half a block from me, and when they're busting tires and they got their garage doors open, you can hear it down the block. I saw that the applicant was concerned about the noise, and that's why they aligned the building appropriately, I think, to the south and away from the rest of the development there. But I didn't see them talk about this at all within how it would impact the conservation area. I saw them concerned about it, protecting shields and stuff like that. But what discussion, if the applicant maybe speak to the fact that what considerations did they have with the conservation area in placing this business there?
I can defer to the applicant's agent for that. It's my understanding that primarily they'll have all the garage doors closed when they're doing the impact wrench and tire services, so they can more clearly answer that question.
Yeah, I agree. Winter times they typically do, but summer times they open those things wide open, and that's when people will be out in the conservation area.
Thank you very much. Did you want to have the applicant address that? Was that? Go ahead. Please just introduce yourself.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, thank you. My name is Zach Graham. Do I need to give my address and all of that, or? Yeah.
Give us your address.
Okay, 411 East Main, Bozeman, Montana. So thank you. Yeah, we're consultants working with Les Schwab for this development. So I think first of all, the question from Councilwoman Purington regarding we are working through a variance specifically about allowing a tire store that is not part of a big box within this development. They also have approval for the overall design, which is largely influencing the orientation of the building. We did look at actually backing the building up to Shiloh Road, where the bays would face inward on the development. That was Shields flat out no. Partially for the sound, partially for the visual impact as well, which is why we're heavily landscaping the east side of that. So we are working through that. We haven't received approval on that variance or the design officially yet, but we're working through that with them. In regards to the concerns about noise, you're absolutely correct. The doors are wide open, especially in the summer, even at times during the winter. And the impact wrenches, they do make noise. That's why, primarily going south. What I will share is another store that we're working with them on in Colorado. We did do a noise study. For the noise going south, you're absolutely correct. It will keep going south until it hits, whether it's, it eventually dissipates, but it'll hit something. For the sides, because we were up against a residential in this other, really you're down to talking levels within about 400 feet, even with the doors open if it's off to the sides. So it's really the direction, and it's like a magnifier, frankly, with the doors wide open. So are there any other questions I could answer?
Any other questions for our applicant representative?
So just a
Councilmember Neese,
quick. So did you take in consideration when the site design, with the conservation area in mind? I mean, obviously Shields said, no way, we're not going to support this if you face it towards us, because they were concerned about the noise. And so facing south, sure, it's not going to it may not impact the conservation area. Again, they're going to be outside, Shields is inside. People in the summertime will probably hear some noise. And then I think, if I'm correct, and of course, the land south of that's not developed yet, so that's going to impact some future development there if people want to develop there. And then you have, I believe, our reservoir is going into the south east of there, which also could impact some of that entire area. So I am concerned about the noise and how you can abate it, if any, to stop that noise from traveling. Like you say, it does travel a long ways.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would say, specifically to your question, did we consider the west and that area there? So essentially looking at three options of that overall site, where we're backing up to the north, I guess really, where are the bays of the design facing? We could have faced the bays to the north. It was similar in terms of impact to uses to the north. If they face to the east, Shields. And then, if they face to the west there, honestly, it was more of an issue of access, since our access is coming from the west, the building really cutting off access from that approach. So, I guess I think the question I would have in response would be, is there a specific noise ordinance we need to design to, or noise study we need to do for that? So.
Yeah, the answer to your question is there is.
Okay.
So and there's no waiver for that, so you'll always have to be in compliance with that.
Okay.
I can't cite chapter and verse. Nicole probably could, but she'll be out there with her sound meter. No?
Section 17 of the city code.
Is there an exception for?
No. There's no exception.
Okay.
For that use.
Okay, so section 17 is the section, so.
Is it possible to ask another quick question? Just so, do you know the decibel thresholds on those?
I think it's measured at property line.
At property.
It depends on the zone to zone.
And time of day as well?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Nicole.
Thank you very much. Council, just a reminder, we do not have a motion on the floor for this item. Any other questions, though, and I'm sorry, we don't have are not looking for a motion. We have to go to our public hearing. But any other questions for Karen or staff before we do so? Don't see any. So let's open it up for public hearing on item number 2, the Shiloh Crossing special review. Is there any public comment? If so, please come forward. This is your time. Just ask you to tell us your name and address and keep your comments to 3 minutes. Any public comment?
My name is Adrian Overbeek. I live at 1104 Blackberry Way. I didn't come here to speak to this one, actually, but as someone who walks that trail every week, all the time, with a lot of folks, as a photographer of bird life and so on, noise is an issue. We've got a big cement plant just to the south of that place already. Plenty of noise from the cement trucks in one sense, but you can watch the impact as more development is coming into that area. The wildlife patterns are changing. And I can testify to that after 5 years of being there weekly. And so, information to the council.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on item number 2? Any other public comment? Don't see any, so we'll close the public comment on this item. Back to council. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, and review of the Zoning Commission's recommendations for conditional approval and adoption of the finding of the 9 review criteria, I move to approve Special Review 993.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Ripsis. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese.
Well, I was going to make an amendment to the motion, and then I'll discuss it. But I'd like to amend the motion to include one condition of that a noise a noise measurement is taken prior to the or during the operation of it to ensure that it meets the. I guess never mind. I'm going to withdraw my motion. I am concerned about the noise. I've been around these shops a lot, and they are very noisy and the sounds gears. Yes, it goes south further, but you're going to see it east and west. You'll hear it in the Shields parking lot. And so it's possible, Nicole, I think I forgot about we have a pretty strict noise ordinance, and I believe when they start measuring at the property line, I don't think it's going to meet those standards. And if it does, then great, because it won't carry beyond that very far. They may have to put in additional bushes and stuff like that. That was the other consideration, was to put in some kind of sound barriers. But if they want to build this and they have to meet the noise ordinance, then they're going to put in some type of sound barriers. So I am okay with moving forward on this, but I really hope the staff holds them to their noise levels. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Ripsis?
Yeah, I'd just like to say we have a lot of beautiful sidewalks in that Shiloh subdivision. And I'm glad that we finally found a merchant that will get people out of their cars to use some of those sidewalks. I think they'll get used more between Les Schwab and Shields and other parts of the area than ever before. And all it took was taking people's cars away and putting them up on ramps for a couple hours. So I'm looking forward to this.
All righty, very good. Thank you. Further discussion on the motion. Motion is for approval. If not, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, which is for approval, as proposed by staff, the existing proposed conditions, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Concludes item number 2, brings us to what is now the new item 3, the previous item 4. Tony, would you read the previous item 4, which is now the new item 3?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1010, a zone change for a 1.808 acre parcel located at 2204 Bench Boulevard. Michael Holland, owner, Lucas Holland, agent. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action, approval, or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presenter is the familiar Karen. Karen, it's all yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Zone change 1010 is for a property on in the Holy Ranch subdivision on Bench Boulevard, formerly a veterinary clinic. The surrounding zoning currently to the north is CX, to the south is NX1, to the east is N2, and to the west is also CX. As I stated, the property was formerly a veterinary clinic for 43 years, and after retiring, the owners have leased their property to the Heights Petlantis, which is doggy daycare and dog grooming. I have a couple photos for you. They were not aware that they were in a wrong zoning district until they applied for their business license. And zoning said that they could not have that type of business in the neighborhood office district. So they proceeded to apply for their zone change in order to operate under the new zoning. This is looking north on Bench and to the south. And then across Bench to the east, and then to the southeast. I have a few photos from the applicant provided for showing the back part of the property. The Zoning Commission held their public hearing and is recommending approval of the zone change. It does meet the criteria for the growth policy in the Billings Heights neighborhood plan. They also have some approval recommendation from the Heights Task Force. The adjacent uses and zoning are compatible, and it supports a local business and allows animal care in this location. That concludes my presentation if you have any questions.
Questions for Karen? Are there any questions for Karen before we go to public hearing? Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Karen, thanks for answering the emails. This area is, I think, about 1,200 feet away from the middle school. give or take my measurements on Google Earth versus yours. But my concern is, was this discussed with the client as far as a lesser code variation or change from instead of the neighborhood office to what actually just what they need, which is the NMU instead of the CMU1?
In actuality, they had discussed CX in the beginning and decided that the CMU1 would be a better fit because it allowed both the dog sitting as well as the previous vet clinic and all of the uses associated with that, including overnight boarding. So
I'm sorry, Mayor. I thought your email said that the NMU allows the same thing.
It would allow those things. But again, they didn't apply for that, so we wouldn't be able to recommend a change from what they're requesting.
But didn't you say they were applying for CX? And then someone recommended change of CMU1?
Actually, they discussed with the Heights Task Force, and they were going through what would be better suited for that property, and that's where they decided to go with the CMU1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for Karen? If you think of something later, you can know she's not going anywhere. So thank you, Karen. We will open up for public hearing. Is there any public comment on item number 3, the previous item number 4, zone change 1010, 2204 Bench Boulevard? If so, please come forward. Just tell us your name and address.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for allowing me to speak at your meeting. But my name is Mike Holland. I'm the owner of the property at 2204 Bench Boulevard. And the purpose for our zoning request is just simply to continue operating in the pet industry the same that we have since 1976. Don't have any hidden agendas. Don't ask for any favors. Certainly don't want to disrupt any city agenda that is going on. But that is our purpose, is to continue operating in the pet industry. We do, it was mentioned, we do have the support of the Heights Task Force that's headed by Maine Cabrera. We have the support of Dennis Pittman, County Commissioner, and support of Bob McGuire. He's a representative of a longtime Heights resident and pet owner. And for me, personally, as mentioned, I am semi-retired, but it would just be a passion of mine to see my facility still operating in the pet industry, and certainly a high number of my patients that I've seen for all these years will be coming back through those same doors again. So that's exciting to me. And we are well aware that all of my colleagues in veterinary medicine in Billings and all the pet grooming facilities in Billings, they are zoned correctly so that they can continue to operate their business. And all we are asking for is an equality amongst our peers to be able to continue to operate our business in the pet industry, same as we have for the last 45 years. So I thank you for your time, and I hope that you vote in our favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Bob McGuire, 1941 Dogwood Drive in Billings Heights. Also, council members, thank you for letting me talk. I just wanted to tell you that I've been using that actual building since 1986. We've had a number of dogs go to Dr. Holland's veterinary clinic, and it's been really great. And as far as noise or anything like that, that's never been an issue. It's very quiet out there. I mean, I drive by there all the time, just about every day. And even when were housing dogs there or or boarding them, you never heard too much. I mean, even in the parking lot, it wasn't very noisy at all. And now I've actually been to this place and had one of my dogs groomed there. And I can tell you the people there are very, very nice. They're just, all they want to do is just do their business. As a former pet owner and a person that used that area, I'd like to continue to go to that particular place, 2020, is it? For Petlantis to have my dog taken care of. So that's all. We just hope you'll let them continue to operate, because we understand they won't be able to if this zoning change doesn't happen. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for introducing yourselves, even though that is a name and face that hardly needs introduction. Next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I actually didn't come here to talk about this, but we did do this at the Heights Task Force. And Luke and Dr. Halling, he's been around for 100 years as a veterinarian, a cattleman. And actually, that's what it was before, was a huge cattle vet out at Shepherd. So he's a very respectable guy. And not only that, he bring his neighbors over there to the Heights Task Force and asked what if there was a problem with this program, what they're having there with the service, and very congenial. I like people that bring in sweet lemons and talk nicely to the people, so as much as we can. And our Heights Task Force voted in favor of continuing this. So knowing Dr. Holling's respect and Luke's, I would encourage you guys to go ahead and give him what he wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Ming. Hey, looks like we might have a question for you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Holland said that when it came to the task force, that you're right, the task force idea was to change it from CX to CMU1.
Well, he actually asked us to do it that way too. So he thought that it would be a little bit better for the neighbors as well, rather than a big commercial area, because he wasn't going to do big cattle. The problem with the program was the fact that you used to load big trucks of cattle in there, and that would have been a huge problem. So
was NMU discussed at all?
You know what? I can't remember. I'm getting old. I'm sorry.
Okay. And did the Heights Task Force, were you aware that the CMU1 allows liquor stores, casinos, and some of those other uses around, near the school like that? Were you aware? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lucas Holland, 2204 Bench Boulevard, Mayor, Council. Thank you. Just to answer your question, the reason why CMU1. So for 43 years, from 76 to 2019, we were highway commercial. So we presumed it was highway commercial. And so that's why we put in CX, because we thought, oh, well, that's just normal. And so then when we talked and did the survey and with Ming and talked to everyone, we found out, oh, it's CMU1, because CX would be too much. And the neighbor who came to the Heights Task Force, Dale, also noticed the reason there's CX on the other side is because Main Street is their main entrance point, and our main entrance point is on Bench Boulevard. So that's why we don't want heavy truck traffic, etc. And yes, being close to the school, that's why we wouldn't want truck traffic, of course. But yeah, we were told CMU1 would work so that we can operate. And so that's why we chose it.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Any other public comment? Any other public comment during the public hearing on this item? Don't see any, so we'll close the public hearing and back to staff or council. Karen, was there something you wanted to comment on?
Just a point of clarification for Councilmember Neese. The primary reason for the CMU1 rather than the NMU is that NMU will allow boarding, but it has to be all indoor, and this facility is already set up for outdoor boarding.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Owen.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve Zone Change 1010 and adopt the findings of the 10 review criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Neese. Discussion on the motion. Any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Karen, just to clarify to clarify this last point, so you're saying if this were to be NMU, they would not be able to continue their operation under NMU, is that correct?
Unless they were able to do all indoor boarding, which they are not.
So the email you mentioned to me earlier, that was just the fact that they do outdoor boarding, they cannot do this to continue. It has to be CMU1 then.
In order for them to have the outdoor boarding.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval consistent with the staff recommendation. Item 3, zone change 1010. If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, please say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Concludes item number 3, and now new item 4, which was the previous item number 5. Item 5A, little I and little 2 will be a joint public hearing. So Tony, why don't you read 5A little I and 5A little double I. The first two.
Number 4. Buffalo Crossing LLC property, joint public hearing for annexation 22-03 and zone change 1011. Resolution for annexation 2203, a parcel located south of Grand Avenue and 60th Street West. Buffalo Crossing LLC petitioner. Staff recommends conditional approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation. And the first reading ordinance for zone change 1011, a zone change for a 33.64 acre parcel located south of Grand Avenue and 60th Street West. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action, approval, or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presenters this evening are Monica Plecker and Nicole Cromwell. However you want to take us through this.
All right, so we will jump right into this. So like we do with all of our joint hearings, just a reminder for, the process and the interconnectedness of the items before you. So you have a package of items before you. It's the annexation, the zone change, the development agreement, and also a ward boundary ordinance. In particular, the first hearing you'll have is a joint hearing on the annexation and zone change. There is a development agreement. There's not a presentation related to it, but Debbie is available for questions. And then I also will not have a presentation for the ward boundary ordinance, but just want to let you know that it is Ward 4. So, assuming there are no questions, because you guys have had lots of practice at this lately, I'll move on. So, planned neighborhood developments, this is a PND. This is a new zoning tool as a part of Project Recode, our zoning code. It provides predictability for city council, our service providers, and the public, and it is a requirement for land that's being annexed that's greater than 10 acres. It is designed to be concurrent with annexation. It does allow for phasing, but this development is not proposing any phasing. And it does provide more detail than the standard zone change that you're used to seeing. We continue to note that benefits are predictability, planability, and also that the city is making the land use decisions as opposed to the county. So, the property that we are talking about is located south of Grand Avenue and near 60th Street West. This is the annexation exhibit. Do want to point out that there is a small inholding within the site that is not part of the annexation. It is possible to annex as it's presented. You recently had some experience with another annexation with an inholding at King and 48th. This is the limits of annexation map. The star denotes that it is in the red area, albeit right at the edge. And this is an aerial, and I will take a minute. I did field a question from Councilmember Neese earlier today. He had expressed just an observation that perhaps on the south side of Grand, as we move east towards Zimmerman, that there doesn't appear to be a lot of annexed land. And that this would be potentially pushing city limits further west. And while yes, it is going to move city limits west, if you look at the area in its entirety, and maybe this this map will show a little bit more, but the white areas are city annexed properties. So there is kind of the establishment of a north-south corridor with city services that are nearby. The other thing that I just want to kind of mention, because I do think it's relevant, is that water and sewer extensions are required at about 270 feet-ish, and the DEQ requires that if you're within 500 feet of municipal services that you need to connect. So just kind of a broader area of why the red area is appropriate and the petition. This is where I'll turn it over to Nicole.
Thanks, Monica. So again, here is the subject property. You can't really see the distinctive pattern of the RR3 or the A on this map here, but the RR3 stands for Rural Residential 3, and it requires a minimum of 3 acres, but can go up to 9.99 acres for county development. To the east, in Trails West, is N3, which is a suburban neighborhood residential zoning. To the north, in Foxtail Village, is the neighborhood 2, or N2. Probably has a misnomer of mid-century residential neighborhoods because it's more of a ranch style, and ranch style homes were primarily built in the mid-century, last century. So that's why that's called the N2. We also have agricultural zoning to the north, some general commercial zoning that's still in the county. It's developed for personal storage warehouses. And then, of course, the public 2 zoning for the Ben Steele Middle School, that is at 56th and Grand. This is the zoning plan that was submitted with the application to show the mix of the 3 zoning districts that the applicant is proposing. 19 acres, so well over half of the development is proposed as N3. So that'll be a suburban neighborhood residential, which allows only single family. Then about 5 acres of neighborhood 2, which is a 1 or 2 family allowance, but it has different build to requirements instead of minimum setbacks. Then across the north part of the property, south of Grand Avenue, is proposed NX2, which is a mixed residential 2, and that allows two unit buildings all the way up to 8 unit buildings, but it could be any number in between that. It does not allow single family residences. It has to be a minimum of a 2 unit building. It does wrap around the east side of the property to kind of take advantage of the required easement that this developer has to maintain for that in-holding parcel off of Grand Avenue. It's circled in red dashed lines on the map here, but there is a required easement to access directly to that parcel from Grand Avenue through the adjacent land. So that kind of requires at least an alley to be platted there to maintain that access. And so the NX2 was wrapped around there to take advantage of that alley system that would be in place. Also, the PND regulations do not allow placing any N district, N1, N2, or N3, directly adjacent to an arterial street. There is public or P1 zoning across the north part of the parcel. So technically, that's the frontage zoning, but that takes into account the multi-use path that this developer is putting in place along the frontage of Grand and maintaining a little bit more of a green area around that multi-use path than is normally required. That linear park, or P1, amounts to a total of 5 acres and goes across the north part of the property down the east side of the property and across the south end of the property. The primary reason for the east and south piece of that is because the Byerly Drain exists and is an open drain that's still used by many agricultural water users. So they have to maintain at least an easement for that, and they're going to take advantage of that, just as Trails West did to the east, and put a walking path along the side of that drain. Okay, so one of the questions that came up as part of this is the connectivity required for P&Ds to connect to adjacent property. That's also a requirement of our subdivision regulations, as well as dedication of parkland in our subdivision regulations. So we hope that these subdivision and zoning requirements are complementary and not exclusive. So the P1 parkland that's being proposed in the zoning can count towards their required dedication during subdivision. The subdivision is not yet before you, but it will be before you soon. And it will be a major subdivision that'll have public hearing with the planning board. So in the development agreement, it's noted that there has to be the connection east to west for Stockman Avenue, which comes through Trails West and will cross the Byerly Drain, and then connection to the south to ensure that we have connectivity throughout this section, and to not landlock an adjacent owner. And so those three are mentioned within the development agreement as required road connectivity. Also, to meet the P&D regulations for the maximum block face and the maximum block perimeter, there will be adjustments to that preliminary or concept subdivision that we looked at, and we've told the developer about those requirements, whether they're met at this stage or at the subdivision stage or master site plan stage, they have to be met. So we will ensure that those requirements are completed. This is the subject property from Grand Avenue. It's hard to believe that was about a month ago. And then views south and west across the subject property. As you can see, it's further west of here, it's pretty much farmland still. Point out in the photo here the Byerly Drain, which runs across the east boundary, which is the west boundary of Trails West. This is if you're standing on the north side of Grand Avenue looking west. This is 60th Street West. This is one of the streets that goes into Foxtail Subdivision. Byerly Drain, if I can get this to continue to work, crosses under Grand Avenue, but runs along the front of Foxtail Village. That's one of the reasons that that subdivision doesn't go all the way to Grand Avenue, is because the Byerly Drain takes up that much space on the north side of Grand. And this is looking east. This is the backyards and the fencing of Foxtail Village. So this development didn't front the arterial street.
All right, so wrapping up our presentation, we'll start to talk about criteria. So for the annexation criteria, there are 5 of them. One, that the area is located within the limits of annexation, which it is. That the city is able to adequately provide services. Through the review process with the city departments, there were not comments fielded that would suggest additional conditions that we're not used to seeing or any sort of recommendation of denial. that all public improvements within the area will be annexed to meet city standards. This is the case. And that all future property owners within the area must sign, not future property owners, but the property owners will sign a waiver of right to protest. That is included with the development agreement, and that there is compliance with the zoning. So there's no reason to believe that the criteria for the annexation policy cannot be met. Therefore, you do have a recommendation for conditional approval, which includes the development agreement.
Okay, and you're probably, some of you more than others, very familiar with the 10 criteria for zone changes. These are spelled out in our local regulations as well as in state law. So they mirror those state statutory criteria for considering zone changes. The Zoning Commission conducted their public hearing on March 1st and is forwarding a recommendation of approval to you. And based on their proposed findings of these 10 review criteria. They believe that the development meets the growth policy and the West Billings neighborhood plan, that the adjacent uses and zonings are compatible, that N2 and N3 are compatible zone districts, and they are adjacent to each other throughout the city. The developer is financially responsible for all site improvements, including adjacent right-of-ways, curbs, gutters, water, sewer, all of it. This subdivision of the parcel is pending, and compliance with the block design will be required. That's an 800-foot maximum block face and a 2,200 maximum, 2,200-foot maximum block perimeter, which is you measure around a block, not just the face of a block. That a master site plan will be done for the NX2 parcels because those will be multiple units sharing common undivided space and facilities. That a traffic impact study will be done and acceptable to the city engineer, and any mitigation required will be imposed to manage all new traffic from the site. So let's speak about traffic, because I know that is a big issue here out on this end of Grand, because we have hopscotched and leapfrogged beyond the coterminous limits of the city. So there's county road, city road, and it varies. So we looked at what is the average daily traffic here within the area. So 5,700 to 6,280 is about the average daily traffic on this stretch of Grand between 56th Street West and 62nd Street West. Stockman Avenue is a designated collector road. Grand Avenue, 56th and 62nd are all arterial streets. So those traffic volumes are to be expected. These streets are not, at this location, are not over capacity, although it is challenging to turn east on Grand from 62nd. You have to wait quite a long time to make that turning movement. And in 2015, 2016, the city and the county funded a multimodal West End traffic study to identify safety, hazards, and what should be addressed first in the short term and what should be addressed in the long term for a build-out year of 2035. What's the expected development pattern? How much more traffic can we expect? How can we better manage that? So the writing on the screen is quite small, but these are short-term recommended projects for Grand and 48, which is number 5, either a signal or a roundabout. In 2015, that varied between $400,000 and $1.5 million. That project has not been done. The number 7 on the list of intersections is Grand and 56th Street West, which is the intersection right at the middle school. That also has not been done, but that was identified as a traffic signal or roundabout. What has been done since this study was completed was the installation of the signal at 54th Street West in Grand. So that particular project, which is funded through contributions from adjacent developments, was installed using those contributions from those subdivisions. The short-term corridor projects included Grand Avenue from Shiloh Road all the way to 52nd Street West. That was a bigger ticket item, and that was to create a 3-lane section of an arterial. So 1 lane each direction, a center turn lane, and then probably some decent shoulders and curbs for that street section. And that was estimated between 2.8 million and 4.5 million, and that was 7 years ago. The project number 4 on the short-term project list here was from Wilderness Drive to 62nd Street West. And Wilderness Drive is the easternmost intersection of Foxtail Village with Grand, and then to 62nd Street West. Similarly, a 3-lane section, 1 lane each direction and center turn lane. And that was estimated at $900,000 to $1.4 million. Long-term, the idea was that Grand Avenue from Shiloh to 62nd Street West, the whole corridor, eventually may need to be a 5-lane arterial section, 2 lanes each direction and a center turn lane, possibly even some deceleration lanes for people who are turning off of Grand into developments. And then also Grand Avenue and 62nd Street West at the intersection, that would likely require a traffic signal or roundabout. The whole corridor to go from 3 to 5 lanes was $7.5 to $11 million. And the traffic signal or roundabout at 62nd and Grand was $400,000 to $1.5 million. So those are all of these studies on your planning documents that you can work from to implement these corridor safety and intersection safety improvements. And likely, when this developer completes that traffic impact study, that their contributions would go to some of these projects, either short-term or long-term, or both. So, Monica says, let's hold a joint public hearing on both the annexation and the proposed zone change. You would take 2 actions, one on the annexation that is separate from the action on the zone change. There are different applications, so you have to take an action on both. That's it.
Is that the end of the presentation?
That is.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll have a period of questions for staff. We're getting about 12 minutes off break time. We'll see how far we do. We do need to have that joint public hearing, obviously. Councilmember Triki, I saw your hand, and Councilmember Boyette and Councilmember Nice.
This is mildly off topic, but I have to say that I am really tired of annexing things and into the city, and yet the word infill is still being used in the descriptions. So if I wanted to change that so that, like, is that something that has to happen in the growth plan? Is that like something defined in the growth plan? I know it's one of the 10 criteria. So, I mean, for example, like connected, so that this annexation is connected or it's connectable as opposed to it being infill.
Sure. Councilmember Chiriki, I think you've mentioned this, a time or two, or at least you've questioned, what would staff consider infill? The idea is infill can look a lot of different ways. There's obviously traditional infill, which is more of in our more heavily developed areas. I'm happy to, in my annexation staff reports, make reference to proximity to existing services, the fact that there is checkerboarding going on, wanting to have more contiguous limits. I think the final product is the same, but I will see what can be done.
Okay,
so thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, there's I think it's 1 acre in the middle of this, is owned by an individual, I know, but does he wake up one day and there's houses built around his property? Does he have access to this property? I didn't see a road. How does that work?
Well, it's a single parcel. The road or access to that parcel is a deeded easement that goes across the subject property directly south from Grand Avenue. I'm not sure if I have.
The easement isn't shown.
I think it might have been shown on the zoning exhibit. No, the easement isn't shown, but I thought I saw one. Yeah, there it is. It's on the annexation exhibit. That dashed line there is the deeded easement for that parcel. It wasn't intended as a, to do 2 or 3 home sites. It's only a single home site. So, yes, he may be surrounded by homes. I know the developer has approached that owner more than once. They're not interested in selling.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, that question was similar about the alley. At first, I wasn't quite sure, and then I did find it on a document. And so what I understand, it looks like he's going to be, they'll have an entrance to the subdivision, and then they'll have an entrance for the alley on Grand Avenue. Do I understand that correctly?
I believe that is a plan, but I'll let the designer clarify.
Well, that's what it looks like based on what I see, but just
right.
Out of curiosity, I mean, I understand he doesn't want to sell his property, but was there any discussions in trying to have that alley be, have him a dedicated road off of some of these other roads they're building so he can have access to his property through a road instead of an alley?
I think the roadway system as planned will touch on part of this inholding. So if he wants to abandon that access in the future, he could by mutual agreement of the parties. But for now, it has to stay in place. And their plan was to not just build it as a dirt road from Grand to just this one parcel, but to build it as a true alley.
Okay, I'll ask the presenters when they come up.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for staff? Councilmember Owen and Boyette and Currington?
Okay. Earlier today, the mayor sent an email about the parklands and schools issues, and I completely agree with everything in there. And specifically, I am frustrated that we continue to see no response from School District 2. And I think that's because our comments or our inquiries typically go to the Lincoln Center. So is there a reason that either you all as staff or the developers, when they come in as a proposal, can't talk to the local principals themselves and try to at least identify issues or concerns beyond just the capacity of the school?
Sure. Councilmember Owen, as a part of our effort, we do have numbers that the school district provided that discuss, capacity of the different schools. I'm happy to provide those. Further, the school district has actually been in conversation with planning through the planning board and did a recent presentation where they talked about, what some of their plans for growth are. The reason why we communicate with the Lincoln Center is because there is an established connection with the Lincoln Center and the planning board. There's an ex officio member on the planning board. That's our connection to planning. It is an efficiency thing.
Sure.
So also, the school district has not in any way indicated through any review process that their capacity issues are such that they're concerned about the development pattern that's occurring. So it is extra time and resources to do individual outreach to every school that a development would serve. So for efficiency purposes, that is why historically we have always communicated through the Lincoln Center.
I understand the efficiency, but I think in general, we're probably talking 3 to 4 schools that are impacted. 1, maybe 2 elementary schools, a middle school, and a high school. And I think we'd do a better job of really understanding the sort of micro impacts on the education system if we talk to those principals. I think it is true, the school district's not going to object because they have a duty to serve, so they're going to have to figure it out no matter what. They're unlikely to throw up big barriers because they just have to figure out how to serve those kids. But I think if we talk to the principals, we'd get a much more granular sense of where kids are walking and how they're walking and possible safety concerns and possible lighting concerns. I think we could do a better job of really understanding the impact if we talk to those local building administrators.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyett and Purington.
Thank you, Mayor. Nicole, going back, we spent a couple years with Project Recode, and we talked about PNDs, but I don't remember us ever getting to the point where we said parkland's going to be a strip 5 feet wide around the whole set of the property where a kid can't play baseball or football or soccer or whatever. It seems like we're kind of defeating the purpose of a parkland by having a green space 10 feet or 110 feet or all the way around. Can you elaborate a little bit on how useful is this parkland for kids?
Well, we didn't draft the P&D.
Picture?
Okay.
There you go.
So the P&D was a new tool. Part of that was the concern that many of our neighborhoods, particularly those built in the last 15 or 20 years, have no outdoor space for people to use together. And the subdivision regulations by state law cannot require dedication of parkland. They give the developer the option of dedicating parkland or doing cash in lieu of parkland, or doing a combination of both. Plus, the state law on subdivision doesn't require a developer to master plan or build anything in that dedicated open space. So, in the P&D, we said, if you're coming into the city, you're doing a new neighborhood, you're going to give us at least 2% of the net area as developed private open space. And we listed in there several types, I think there's 5 types of open space that could be considered to meet that 2% requirement. It includes plazas like a town square, it includes parklets, it includes linear or trails, or protection of a natural resource or an asset to the community. Like many of our ditches in the West End do support wildlife corridors. So those can all be considered an appropriate dedication or zoning for P1 for private developed open space in new neighborhoods. Now, we have that, but we also still have the subdivision rules that if that doesn't meet the minimum required for subdivision, that additional parkland or cash in lieu can be done to make up that difference between what they're doing in the P&D and what they're required to do in the subdivision. So that is the reason why you will see some P1 zoning like this.
And just a couple of other things to add to that. the 5 acres of parkland is well over the 2% for the subdivision, or the future subdivision, but for this P&D. And if we were to apply the 11% for subdivision, 5 acres is still over 11%. So I don't want to give council any sort of indication or idea that there's going to be additional parkland coming forward through a subdivision process, because it is meeting the 11% requirement with the 5 acres. So just want to be very clear about that. And then the only other thing that I want to mention is, just because, you know, we've been brainstorming internally kind of what we can do visually to help kind of show and depict P&Ds, and I think we'll get there over time. But as I was looking at some of the draft P&D material, and there were some visuals about what P&Ds could look like, we, even in those drafting documents, actually show P1 corridors separating some of the higher level districts from arterials. So I don't believe that it was ever an intent that a P1 couldn't be used that way, because our draft documents visually depict it that way. So if we want to move away from that, I think that we would need to consider an amendment to recode to specifically prohibit that, because when we look at that chain of how everything developed, that was visually represented. So just wanted to share those two things.
Well, I'll recognize Councilmember Purington, but I apologize if I can just squeeze in here a little bit because it's directly relevant to Councilmember Boyette's question. I did go out there this afternoon, Councilmember Boyette, and you're not going to be playing baseball on any of those. And I know I wouldn't be able to golf because I could never hit it that straight in 100 years. But it is going to be extremely good wildlife habitat. That corridor is very wide. It's not just a little drain ditch. It's probably 100 feet wide. It's got a lot of trees in it. It provides an awful lot of cover for pheasant, deer, fox, other animals, and the trail is going to be really pretty cool, just as it is in Trails West, that trail. So it isn't programmable park space by any means, but it is, I'd say, maybe better than average natural area compared to a lot. That doesn't address the larger issue of what we're going to do about parks in this area, because we don't have any, but we'll come back to that, I'm sure. Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. And I know that when Councilmember Boyette and I talked about it, it's like, what did you find as a park? And so whenever he brought up the parklet and the plaza and all that, kind of came back to me, and I do agree, because I've seen some subdivisions that have very nice linear walkways and whatever. But my biggest concern with this is the traffic impact. The criteria of number 3 and number 4, public safety, and then number 4 has transportation on it. So those are my biggest concerns. It seems like every time we do one of these, I find a new study. The West Billings Multimodal Traffic Study. That was a new one on me. But I looked at it, and, you know, because I live out in that area, and 56th and Grand is where we always turn to go to the interstate. That is a horrible intersection for a school because it's a 3-way. I mean, to me, have a 3-way stop, at least, a stop sign, if we can't afford anything else at this point, because it's a horrible turn, whether if you're on 56, you're turning either east or west, it's bad. If you're coming from the west, you know, it's who stops. The only ones that I know that stop is 56. So I just find it for a school, and, you know, we've been talking about safe routes to school. I just find that, you know, whether you're driving or walking, that is not a good intersection at all. So I would be really concerned with that. The other thing was, and I know I can't change this, but my question is, on the P&D, the front facing of your units, if they're in the NX2, are they going to face Grand Avenue? Will they be facing Grand Avenue? Because I'm trying to think.
They're still talking about how the master site plan will work out. It may be that the ones that are on the western portion of that, some of those will face Grand Avenue and have a park in front of their house, in front of their unit, with a rear loading garage. probably the ones on the east side will have an internal street that they will face. And so they will rear load those garages from adjacent alleys.
Because my concern is also in going into subdivisions, and the first thing you see is the multifamily stuff. And then it's just going back further to the single family. And the presentation of that is like, okay, is this where I want to live? Yeah, I know that you do great design work and all of that, but that is a real bone of contention with me in this P&D setup on that arterial. So I don't know that we can do anything about it, but I'm just saying that is a big concern for me, is how that sets. And I know it sounds like it's going to be back far enough, kind of like Grand Peaks. I think there was a comparison with Grand Peaks. So, that doesn't look too bad. But that's a big concern for me. Let me see if there was anything else. I think that was mainly it. But traffic is a big thing. Will a traffic study, would it stop a development? Just because you got Stockman, you've got Grand, you've got 56.
I would say if the mitigation measures that the traffic study identifies cannot be done, then they can't meet the requirements that Public Works sets forward. I think the reality, again, just trying to keep, in a frame of reference, when you have these arterial corridors identified, and though they need improvements, the idea would never be that at this volume right here that they've reached max capacity. I think, I don't want to speak for Public Works, but I think we're always going to face a challenge of, okay, these developments are going to contribute to intersection improvements. At what point do you have enough money to do the intersection improvements? So the idea is that those improvements do happen at some point in the future, but how do you get there? How do we get contributions towards the intersection improvements unless we're gathering them through the development and through having developments like this pay for their contribution to those improvements?
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So you're basically saying that we will develop first before we really put money towards these intersections or these roadways that need, because now you got an Albertsons going in out there. That's going to be traffic.
Which is also contributing to intersection improvements. So yes, it's not necessarily, you cannot build it and they will come, because the uses can vary, the development pattern varies. There is this combination of, as development occurs, it has to contribute towards its proportionate share of what's required. And so, in a perfect world, we could have those endless resources and get it all done. But the reality is that does not happen. And in the few instances of the city where they have done the build it and they will come example, infill, connectivity along the way, which however we want to say it, has not always proven to happen. So that's an example of where it doesn't always work, and we don't see people naturally filling in. Briarwood and Ironwood are there two examples of those major extensions that have not proven to produce consistent results in between.
Okay, thank you. Recognize Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Tricky, Councilmember Rupsis wants to say something. It's 7:36. Normally I'd like to come to some sort of a conclusion and then take a break, but that's not going to happen this time. Not right now, because we've got other questions. We're going to still have to open it up for a public hearing. We probably want to give the applicant an opportunity to comment before the public hearing as well, and have, if any questions. So why don't we take one more council member comment, or questions, Councilmember Neese, and then we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and wrap up as best we can. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to say, I agreed with Danny's comments about the infill versus outfill things. I think this is more of an outfill type of a situation. I'm a little concerned about it, because when we look at annexation now, we're annexing the land, and I think the zoning commission, one of the members said, yeah, this is great, we're going to be getting some more revenue for the city, but we all know when we have to have those infill type or outfill type developments, it's going to cost, we're not going to get as much revenue as it's going to cost us, whether it's police or fire, water, sewers, things like that. It's going to cost us more to operate this and service this land than it is going to have it in. Now, if it was coming the other way, at least it's in the right direction, coming more into the city, or starting from open land and going out a little bit, that would be more appropriate to annex something like that. So I am a little concerned about that we don't know, when you're talking about getting these fees coming in, do we, one of the things we asked for early years, or at least I supported years ago, was a cost of services study for this type of projects, where we know how much to charge up front, so we know how much we can develop the roadways and the intersections and the water and the sewer and things like that. And so do we know how much revenue is going to be put in versus expenses the city is going to have to put out for this? I mean, when we look at annexing, we need to make sure we're not going backwards on this kind of thing.
Councilmember Neese, to specifically answer your question, do I have dollar amounts to provide to you? No, I do not. I think we all agree that there is a need for a cost of services study to understand those things. And of course, we have not completed it at this time. You have the information that has been prepared. It is in the red area. The map does show the everything west of this property as being more long-term. But in drawing the line in the sand and measuring the criteria for annexations, just because it goes west and is in the red area, there was no reason for staff to recommend denial. And again, I just want to call attention to not just looking at east-west, but looking at north-south connectors. And furthermore, reiterating my point about existing city services in proximity, just over 200 feet, and the requirement for DEQ to connect to municipal services. So I think also we know that there's a lot of pressure in the West End. We want to make sure that we're not forcing county development and then having to leapfrog over it. So I understand absolutely that ideally there's a lot of gaps that need to develop along the way. But I also do think that there is value in that area where when you look north-south and you see things that are already further west and there's already things developing immediately to it and immediately north, it may very well be a loss to the city if it were not to develop at an urban standard.
Okay, thank you.
Are you going to bring the applicants after the break?
After the break.
Okay, because I wanted to ask my question to them.
Okay, why don't you give them a little heads up on your question that way, very quickly.
It has to do with the alley that I talked about earlier, and the roadways and the alleys in there, as far as how it seems like you're duplicating roadways instead of, I understand they don't want to sell the property, but was there any negotiation over the easement so that you could still provide them access to a property without suffering the way the development had to be put in as far as the zoning?
Okay, thank you very much. We'll take a break. It's 7:40 now. We're going to come back as close to 7:45 as possible, realistically, maybe closer to 7:50 before we can get started again.
I did figure that out.
Okay, I think we're all here, so. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your time away on vacation here for the last 10 minutes. We left off, we were still asking staff questions, and so we'll continue there. We can also look to the applicant, and we'll ask for any presentation the applicant has. So why don't we do that? Monica or Nicole, do you want to introduce our applicant representatives, and they can do it themselves? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I am Greg Reed with WWC Engineering. I'm the agent on this project. I believe Monica and Nicole have covered it really well, so I guess with that I could start answering any questions you may have.
There was a question about the road to the in-holdings, so that Councilmember Nees posed beforehand, so why don't you go ahead and take a shot at that one.
So questions were raised as to why is that property not involved in the project. So that property owner has talked to the developer. Both of them proposed different values of what they thought one would buy it for, one would sell it for. The values were significantly apart. Nobody made a counteroffer. It hasn't gone anywhere since then. So it hasn't been included in the zone change annexation documents, and my understanding is at this time, if it were to be purchased, it'd start its own new process to be annexed. It doesn't mean that at some point it may not become part of the process, part of the development, but right now it's not. Secondly, there is an access to that property, which is an easement on the east part of the property. The question was raised to potentially vacate that easement with the owner of the property in lieu of providing an easement at a different location, because we do know as part of the subdivision platting process, engineering process, we're going to be providing that individual with an easement for water and sewer access. So as part of that easement, we were questioning whether or not maybe we'd move his access easement. But as we don't own that access easement, right now we are operating under the understanding that it will be there. So that would be a duplicate use, I guess, of the eastern line of the property by having the rear load garages match up with where that potential easement is.
Okay, Councilor Nees, does that answer your question? Or do you have any follow-up?
I think it answers my question, so if I can sum that up, is again, the property wasn't the question. It had to do with the easement, because that actually forced you to put Annex 2 on that eastern side of the property. It seems to me there was no real negotiation of sitting down, okay, you don't want to sell your property, that's great. How about if we provide you a nice roadway through our subdivision and provide that easement to you that way? So that was never really negotiated with the seller or the holding property owner. Is that, if I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And it did have another question, but I'll let some other ask if they don't mind.
Okay. Do we have other questions for Greg? And if not Greg, the staff. Any other questions for Greg? I don't see any, so thank you very much.
I think Councilmember Purrington had a question regarding which direction would the frontage of the buildings face.
Yes, thank you.
Generally, Grand Avenue, unless they're interior, then they would be facing the interior residential roads. But having the duplicate roads, it does actually, it's a good question. So, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Back to council. There's some other hands. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, please come. Please come forward.
Doug Wild, 4712 Audubon. Yeah, so just a little bit about kind of the history of where we ended up with the zones, why we ended up with the zones how we did. We initially proposed to the city planning to not do Annex 2 along the arterial. Like Councilman Purrington pointed out, driving through multifamily to get to your neighborhood is not ideal. And from a marketing standpoint, we completely agree with her. But it was presented back to us and brought back to our attention that per the current zoning requirements, we could not do the N2 along the arterial like we had originally planned. And so that's why we have that NX2 there. But I don't know if there's any questions for myself. I think things have been covered really well. I think the planning did a great job presenting.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Puritan?
Well, the traffic, if they could address the traffic.
Do you have any thoughts on traffic counts?
Yeah, so like city staff mentioned, there will be a traffic study done as part of the subdivision plating process. And then depending on the results of that study, there will be some cash requirements put up by us as a developer to improve infrastructure along Grand Avenue. I don't know for sure what those are. We have a general idea of what requirements those are going to be. A couple of things I wanted to point out about some of the parks and trails, some of those cash in lieu of items, and walkability. In our conversations with the city departments about the trail system that currently runs along a big chunk of Grand Avenue, it does not run along Trails West. I think when Trails West was started, that middle school wasn't there, so it really wouldn't have gone anywhere. We thought we would be putting cash in lieu for that trail system like Trails West did. They're telling us that they're going to require us to put that trail system in, which we're really excited for, because they're telling us that they're going to also put in the trail system across Trails West. So there will be walkability from this development directly to that middle school. So we're really excited about that.
Okay. Doug, I've got a question for you, or almost more of a comment, but we've had a lot of discussion of parks. As I hope you know, there aren't any parks in that area. And by that I mean developed programmable parks with Councilmember Boyette's baseball field or soccer field or anything else, or playground set. All eyes are instead on Cottonwood Park, which you are within shouting distance of, but we haven't developed a large programmable real regional park from scratch for 50 years, and made some progress with Centennial a little bit. So don't hold your breath. One option is to, and one that I personally favor, would be to assess your property owners, which means you, for the payment or for the cost of construction of some portion of Cottonwood Park. And if we approve all of this, you are signing a waiver of your right to object to that and to an SID. And I personally don't think you should pick up all the cost, obviously. Your neighbors should participate, and the county and the city should hopefully find some dollars to participate. We should have some private donations. But I just want to kind of put it on the record that don't be surprised if I, at least of 1 out of 11, come after you later. Do you understand that?
I do now.
And if you didn't before, you do now, right?
I didn't then.
Yeah, okay. Well, now you understand, hopefully, the situation that we're in out there. Because
I mean, there's a great baseball field like 2 blocks from here at the school.
Yes.
I mean, just want to point that out, that there's a great park space that's used, and we're providing nice walkable access to that wonderful park space.
Yes, okay.
We're pretty small in compared to some of the other developments that have happened around there.
So misery loves company.
Well,
okay.
I mean, to say, gosh, our 100 or so home sites needs to bear the brunt of something that a 400 development didn't.
Couldn't agree more. Okay. All right. Anything else for Doug or others? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. As the mayor mentioned, and he went out there and saw the drainage just there. It's pretty wide, and it's lots of trees and different things growing through it. I understand you guys are going to be maintaining that correctly. The city is not responsible. So when we get calls about how it's trashy or it's a fire hazard, because we're getting that kind of stuff in these wild type parks, the neighbors don't like that. They're close enough to their house. If the fire did start, it would actually spread to their homes. What's your plan for making sure this doesn't become overgrown and a fire hazard?
So a big portion of what you're seeing there is actually the Byerly Drain. And we will provide access to the drain to maintain their drain. But as far as being able to maintain that drainage, that's not really we can't maintain that drainage. The property that we're going to dedicate as park space for sure we can. And there'll be an HOA, for lack of a better term, set up to maintain that private park space. But the majority of what you're seeing as far as the trees and that might get overgrown is actually the Byerly drain. And we don't have, other than providing them access, which they've been very adamant about us providing them easy access along this side of the drain to maintain their drain. We really don't have control over what happens in that drain.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gillick, Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Doug. Yes, yeah. So looking at the Trail West subdivision to your east there, it looks like there is a little trail easement that would go through that could to the Byerly drain. Is that something that would be connected to your streets there? I'm just thinking about the way that Trail West was developed. It didn't provide connectivity to your development.
And some of that is that drain. That drain is substantially deep and wide. There wouldn't be, we've discussed a little bit, but there really wouldn't be feasible foot traffic across that ditch or that drain. It's substantially wide. So the connectivity would be at Grand Avenue and then at Stockman as well. There is a sidewalk that runs along the Trails West side of that drain. And a little sidewalk piece so that people intermittently can get to that park space is what they dedicated it as well.
Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you. Is the eastern edge of your property there, that dotted line that goes down, is that running down the center of the drain? So how much of that green space there is actually going to be, you know, your trail or actually nice landscaped green space?
I don't know the actual number, but that line does run down the center of the Byerly drain. The property does run down the center of the Byerly drain, and then there's a drain easement and
like a 5-foot path with landscape. I'm just trying to figure out how that actually meets the definition of one of these P1.
The actual manicured section would be 25 to 30 feet wide, according to my engineer I have.
Okay, so up off of the drain, 25 to 30 feet before the back of the other property
Before the
lines.
actual property lines, yes.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Bernice.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this is not subdivision, but we're looking at the plans and things, but that was one of the points as Councilman Gulick mentioned, I was going to bring up is that connectivity to the other subdivision. As he stated in an email, I mean, the damage is already done. Connectivity wasn't made to available neighborhoods next door. You know, we see other projects around the area that if they come across a ditch or drain, they build a bridge and they go across. And so they have connectivity with their neighborhoods. On something like this where you say that it sounds to me like you're not planning on building that pedestrian connectivity across the Byerly drain. And I think that we need to have that because, yes, you can sure send the kids up to Grand and on a busy road to go to school, but why, when they can go through a public pedestrian walkway, can they not just walk through the neighborhoods and get right over to the school too? So I am concerned that it seems to me like you're not planning on doing that. And if we were to condition the subdivision or the development agreement to that, is that going to be an issue or problem for the developer?
That would be something to be discussed with the Byerly drain. We can't just say we're going to put a bridge across your drain. They have rights to that as well. So our current plan is to not provide that connectivity, but only at Stockman. And then Grand Avenue, you mentioned it being a busy street. We'll have that pedestrian walk path beside Grand Avenue, a very large distance away from Grand Avenue, which is in that park space that we were providing there along the north. So it's not a sidewalk on Grand Avenue like you see down on 12th. It's more like what you're seeing on 52nd Street, where it's a nice wide path away from the busy traffic.
Quick follow-up, Mayor.
Okay.
So this street south of there, Stockman, is it Stockman Avenue or Stockman Drive, the very southern street there that goes, is that going across the Byerly drain?
Yes.
And so they've got an agreement to put that drain in there. So it is possible to cross the drain with some type of development and construction. So it would be possible to probably put a pedestrian walkway, probably less expensive than the roadway. Is that?
I wouldn't know.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilor Bernice, I'll just comment again based on my observations that envision the Shiloh drain between, across from Faith Chapel, between Broadwater and Central. probably at 15, 20 feet deep and 70 feet across. This is probably not as large as that, but it's approaching that. And so I'm no bridge expert, but I imagine that's a $300,000 to $600,000 operation. And boy, that's a guess. And I really have no basis for that. But it's not a, a $10,000 to $100,000 deal. Councilmember Ripsis, you had your hand up? Did you? No, I already did. You already did, okay. And other questions for staff before we go to public hearing? Don't see any. So thank you very much. We'll open it up for public hearing. Please come forward if you'd like to comment on this new item 4. This is the joint hearing on the zone change and on annexation. So just tell us your name and address, and please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Mayor, Council, thank you. My name is Adrian Overbeek again, 1104 Blackberry Way. I live adjacent to the proposed development and also serve as the HOA president for Trails West. So I represent 220 current homeowners. Trails West is to grow to 290 homeowners. So I would want you to know that as this was put forward, we had a number of residents show up at the developer's initial meeting. Well over 40 people were there. And I've had various other ones contact me in addition to that. We made presentation at the zoning committee meeting, and we would want to do the same here. We're not against development, though I will miss taking pictures of that incredible sunset to the west without anything in between. Yeah, I'll miss that. However, what homeowners are concerned about is the Annex 2 piece. And the density there with traffic, with family, with orientation of building, road access, et cetera, is of great concern. And the neighbors who live directly across Burley Ditch are going to get to see something that looks very, very different. And it does not look like the rest of the neighborhood. And when we made that point with zoning, we're saying, look, the criteria says that it will adhere to or be similar to what's there. It's not when we move to that public dense housing there. Recognize that there's some parameters that are put on council regarding future development, and multi-use is required. My question to council is why multi-use always requires 3 zoning options and more. And in this particular case, while the land certainly meets your criteria of how large is the property being developed, therefore it fits in this, it is narrow and long. And common sense would tell you that that's not necessarily a great equation for this kind of housing, and especially on the front end on the north and the east side, adjacent to what is already there in Trails West. So the homeowners are concerned in a very significant way with that, along with the traffic issues. And indeed, even though zoning voted 3-0 to bring this to you with approval, members of that zoning committee talked about their own personal experience with traffic and said, this is not good. And I'm wondering if the city council wants to be a little bit more proactive rather than reactive. And I understand we don't have lots of dollars to just do all this stuff necessarily, but things have changed since that big study was put up on the screen a few moments ago. And we have a traffic light at 54th to help with the school and the traffic. The comments made concerning 56 are so accurate. And having lived there, the traffic jam between that school and the other school entities along Grand all the way to Shiloh is significant. And adding Albertsons, which is now under construction, will take it to the next level. And so I would ask council to take that in consideration in looking at this. Again, we're not against development, but we feel like that piece of Annex 2 is actually not helpful to the community and is creating further problems for everyone. And if you go down Stockman, I mean, there's 2 exits here. You're coming out on Grand, or you're coming out on Stockman across to 56th. And we have almost 400 homes in there that are also using those 2 pieces. And so when you talk traffic study, impacts, safety, the kids walking along that path going across Grand to the school, those are all concerns to us. And we would want that taken into consideration. As the person who's responsible to maintain the Trails West trail system next to Barley Ditch, It's not cheap. It's not easy. I do not know the nature of the trail system that's being proposed. I don't know if it's cement, which we have, or if it's just gravel. But if the ditch needs to be accessed to maintain, there's a reason why that ditch is so high, because they're digging stuff out of the ditch and piling it up on the side. What are you going to do with all that, and how are you going to access that to handle that ditch and maintain it appropriately for the rural residents that are making use of it? So for those reasons, there's concern on our part with this current configuration. Our hope is that council can consider that. I do not know if council has the freedom to consider moving from a two, in my mind, multi means more than one. And this is multi with the other two designations. But that NX2 is one that is of the greatest concern to the residents that are here, and I'm here to represent that to you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment?
Well, good evening. How are you? My name is Rod Wilson. I live at 422 Shamrock Lane. I own, with two other partners, Trails West Subdivision. Started the development 12 years ago. I'm out there every day. We're selling around 24 houses a year. It's been the most exciting, fun development ever. I don't even want to retire, and it's because it's not a job. It's been so fun. And the way we laid it out, which I did bring back, it's a lot prettier than you saw up on the map. This is it. And this was done with lots of fortitude and lots of planning. Took 2 years to get to this table, to do what we needed to do in this subdivision. And we did a rarity in this subdivision. We did R6000R was the zoning. So these are small lots. These are 6,500 to 7,200 lots. Been the most, and we do everything. The yards are, the houses are all fenced, and they're all landscaped, and they're all alike in that, and they all have the same black colored roofs, and we have walking trails throughout it. We have 1.5 miles of walking trails within our subdivision. We go around the outside of the subdivision. There's a 10-foot walking trail all the way around and with the school. Total cooperation with the school. It's been awesome. There's even at this back part of this, right here, that's reserved for elementary school. If they can ever get that put together to do it, it'll still fit on all of this site for the school. And we did the development, started the development before the school district bought the property. And then when they did, we made accesses into the school and developed all of that a bit. And it's been so fun, and the comments you get from that subdivision is just excellent. We started out in the day 12 years ago.
Rod, just a reminder, your time is almost up, and I just wanted you to know that.
I have a lot I'd like to talk to you about, but if you don't want to hear it, it's fine. We went to the last one, and we couldn't
just giving you a heads up.
Huh?
I'm just giving you a heads up.
Okay, thank you. Concerning your situation about parks, we have in it, we did 2 acres of basins for our, because this water just doesn't get to go into the stormwater management, the drain. It's got to be cleaned first. So it doesn't show anything on that plan of where they're going to have their basins. They're going to have basins that it's going to store the water, and in ours, they're landscaped. They're like a park. They have underground sprinkling. We went the extra mile to do all that and make it work so it can be done. There is a little better zoning than that. I have read the thing that, yeah, you have to, and I can't imagine in the future that you're going to have multifamily the entire length of Grand Avenue. It just, I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me, but what other thought in that? Within our own thing, we did, our street construction is such that they squeeze at the corners. It's called the calming effect. We have sidewalks off of the boulevard for all of that. Gives you more room away from the street. All those kinds of things can be done in it. Yes, it does take a part of your land, but it turned out just wonderful. And concerning Stockman, you think that didn't cost us a lot of money for Stockman? We spent so far $15 million on the infrastructure. And so we're not new to the game either. But including that, as developers, we're responsible for half of that intersection going over to this new piece of land. So we already know that. And it's going to take a pretty good size culvert to be able to do that with that going in there. But we get it and we know it. And we've been doing it from the very beginning. And yes, I know that on the other side of that, that's not going to be a sidewalk. It can't be in order to get in there for landscaping. And so they're using that part of that green strip all as being, it's parkland sort of, but it's not really. There's a strip there, but, and I'm for development. I want it, but I want it to be done right. And I want you to know, we're going to come back. We're going to be at your platting meetings too, because we care. So far, we've built about, let's see, it's about $120 million worth of houses. That's a pretty large investment. And all those people have paid for all this infrastructure. Our citizens of Billings, we paid to get it in, but when it's all done, it better be done right and nice, because the city is so kind. Quite frankly, I speak to it that way because they take it. It's in their inventory, and they take care of it from then. And at the end of every year, when we put in a new development, we have 1 year and it's guaranteed, all of our improvements. The city staff comes out, meets with us, goes through everything, and they get on all the guys to make sure that it's up to snuff.
Okay.
So,
thank you, Rod. I think we were over time.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Rod, I have a quick question for you. When you developed your land there, you had that little sidewalk cutting through the houses to go to the trail that you've got around there. Did you ever envision that going across the ditch? And if you did you expect you'd have to pay for a bridge to go across that? Or a portion of the bridge like you do the road? For
the walkway?
Yeah, right.
No.
Okay.
We didn't vision that, but we did vision from Stockman.
Right, okay.
There, that is a public right of way.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Any other public comment on item number 4? No one's coming forward, so we'll close the public hearing. Back to council for either motions or discussion or questions. Councilmember Purinton.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to conditionally approve Annexation 22-03 as recommended by staff.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Councilmember Shaw. Discussion now on the motion. This is, again, both these will be dealt with separately. This is first the annexation and only the annexation. Discussion. Is there any discussion? Chris or Wyeth, whoever wants to comment, I don't see Mike Whitaker in here. To the issue of schools and parks, I just want to put in a little pitch that we do try to hold the School District 2's feet to the fire, because the information I got from staff showed that all 3 schools that this would feed are over capacity, and not by just a student or 2, but by significant quantities. I have a feeling that over capacity in a school is a little bit like over capacity in a jail, and you can always fit one more, kind of like a soft-sided suitcase. Just keep pushing harder, or that they will adjust their boundaries, and make adjustments. But I think the public needs to know that when we're going to approve these, that technically there's no place for those kids. Technically. I think as a practical matter, there probably is, or that we would hear about it, but I guess I, for one, would like to see more from the school district. Maybe we could put that on our next agenda to talk more bluntly. And then on the parks issue, I was kind of inclined to condition annexation on more park, either money for Cottonwood Park or more land so that Councilmember Boyette could play baseball. But based on our discussion before, that would be unique for this property. I think we can do it because it's annexation. I think we have the discretion to do that, but I hate to pop it on them. And I am appreciative that they will be maybe forced to, but they are giving more P1 than technically they would be required to even under a subdivision scenario. 11% times 33 acres is going to be about whatever, 3.6 acres or something just over 5. It's not as usable as some for sure, but it does have real value. So I will back off that, but the problem hasn't gone away that we still need to find a place for kids to play in the northwest part of Billings. This is not just one small part. We're talking about everything west of 24th Street and north of, well, north of the Yellowstone River, I guess, you know. So it's a very large piece of property that is now underserved with our parks. So anyway, those are my comments, I guess. Further discussion on the motion, however. Councilmember Dees.
Thank you, Mayor. I think when we're considering the annexation, you know, I do believe it's a little bit farther out. As staff indicated, there are services within there, but then we look at some of the indication that the police and the fire and the ambulance, they say they'd be in there in 8 minutes, but we heard last week that, you know, they could be upwards of 25 minutes depending on where they may be at the time. I think the services out to this, as we get farther and farther out, are going to be harder and harder, regardless of what city services we have there today. And I think when you read through some of this and some of these agencies or maybe departments are not answering the question, by them not answering, I don't think they're saying that they're able to meet that. I don't think we can assume that there's an ability for the city to meet those services. And so when we have the recommendations from staff saying that they are able to meet that, I think we should be cautious that I don't think we are able to. We're assuming the liability by saying we're able to do it when we don't, then they're going to say, well, why didn't you provide the service for us? I am concerned again about some of the zoning I'll talk about later, but on the annexation, it's hard to turn down property coming in the city for tax dollars coming in, and that's what was mentioned in the zoning. But I think that there are certain times that I don't think you should bring that property in. When you look at some of the other issues in that, they haven't talked to the owner about really looking at ways of the in-hold property, about looking at ways to solve their easement for access to allow them to maybe make this a better zone property that's bringing the city, because this is going to be, once it's zoned and it's going to be in forever. And even if they abandon the easement later, now you've got this easement there, that open land, that maybe they can turn that into a park. I think the other issue with this property is we've got lots of wide drainage. It was mentioned over and over again how wide this is, and it's park dedication or open space dedication. And yes, it may be overage, but even if, as far as the usability, and this is something I think we need to address in our regs, is to say, if you're dedicating park, you need to indicate how much of that is usability. It's 2% of usability type of open space or parkland, things like that. So I think we are finding a crack in the recode that we need to address. And so I have a really difficult time considering this as far as bringing this in annexation.
Discussion on the motion. Motions for approval, Councilmember Ripsis and Councilmember Joy. And
Thank you.
Councilmember Tricky?
If I understood correctly, did you say if a development within 200 feet of city services must connect to city services? And so if we were to say, you're not going to annex, we wouldn't allow them to connect to the city services, which would effectively just kill this whole project. Is that right?
Councilmember Rupsis, the way that the DEQ requirements work is that when you're within 500 feet of city services, you are expected to connect. They can grant waivers to that, and there is a process to go through that in which they would say, okay, there's this cost issue, and there are other issues. The city said you couldn't have access to our facilities, therefore they would entertain a waiver. At that point in time, if this development were to be feasible, it would have to be dropped down to county zone districts, and ultimately wouldn't have access to services. And then as if the property to the west wanted to annex, then services would, leapfrog this.
Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Many years ago, when I was running the first time, a former council member came to me and said, let me give you some advice. Don't leapfrog. We did that, and it was a bad idea. And if you've driven out on the West End and people have come to council and testified, gosh, you go on a county road and there's only a stop sign. The speed is 45 and there's only a stop sign. Maybe east-west and the north-south doesn't have a stop sign. These are very confusing. We're kind of living with some of the problems that we actually didn't decide. But we're sort of living with them, and we're trying to figure that out. Leapfrogging was not a good idea, but it's already been done. There isn't an easy way to fix that, but when we have an opportunity to do it better than what happened before, I think we'd be remiss not to do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, my very first comment was about the definition of infill, and this to me is not infill, even though that's the way we're defining it. And I think the conversation we're having here tonight is we're starting to recognize the fact that when you build roads, development follows. And if we're not prepared to pay for all the things that need to be paid for in order to make those developments actually work, we will continue to have problems. I mean, this was exactly why I said we were not ready for the inner belt loop, because we weren't ready for the inner belt loop. But there is no reason for me to vote against it at this point, but I will hold Monica to her promise to start looking into this. And to be honest with you, the whole policy that we're talking about with housing and residential development, this was always one of the issues that was in the back of my head. Annex them, absolutely. Charge them for the services that need to be put in place when it happens, please.
Thank you very much. Further discussion, Councilmember Gulick.
Leapfrog development I'm never enthusiastic about that. It does seem to me this was within the limits of annexation. So the developer was moving forward based on what information the city had put forth. So I don't know that we have a strong basis for denying it there. I think it's good for us to remember that this is a multi-step process, and so what we're seeing is preliminary. I will want to see much more in the way of connectivity in the future with the subdivision. I'm glad to know that we will have a chance to see that. I will be looking for that kind of connectivity to both future developments to the west, as well as, if at all possible, to the trails west, just even a pedestrian way. That would be perhaps a deal breaker for me, just in terms of them being able to have really cohesive, good, strong neighborhoods. And Rod, thank you for bringing forth, showing us a little bit about Trails West. We haven't seen, they need the applicant needs to be able to have the opportunity and to know that they can go forward and do the design before they can bring forward a subdivision design. It may be something that we can be very proud of, and so I'm going to support this motion, but I will be looking for. I'm just knowing that we have subdivision again as a opportunity to look at it. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't help, but I don't get often the chance to talk about the good old days. But in this case, I can't resist because the good old days were actually the bad old days. Before the West End plan, which is referenced in our staff report. And for anybody who wasn't in town or for the young'uns out there who were barely out of diapers, in those days we had a de facto growth boundary, which was Shiloh Road. And we simply said, we're not going to extend services beyond Shiloh Road. And the market, being the market, said, okay. And they developed Cloverleaf, which was on 1 acre lots. In those days, you needed kind of 1 acre for both a septic and your well. And I just want to contrast the development, that development of 1 unit per acre to a Trail West, for example, which is really an amazing, ideal niche in the market. At, I think Rod said 6,000 to 7,000 square feet each. That translates to about 6 units per acre. So 1 versus 6. Yes, it is a frog. And yes, it is leaping, but it's at least a dense, muscular frog, I guess. So it could be worse, and it could be better, but it could be worse. So further discussion, though, on the motion. Motion is for approval. Councilmember Purinton.
Well, I guess the only thing that I have to say with regard to approving this annexation is that there is a lot of raw land out on the west end of town. This is developing right next to something that's already there. It's right next to a school. It's going to be right next to a grocery store and a police station and a fire station. So to even question this as leapfrogging, I would not do that. I would almost look at it as infill whenever you consider Copper Ridge, further out west, Ironwood, and some of the others that I'm sure are going to be coming before us within the near future. So I do support this as an annexation.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion before we move to a vote on the motion? Don't see any, so we'll proceed to a vote on the motion again on item 4A little I, the resolution for annexation is for approval. If in favor of that motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Brings us then to item 4A little 2. This is the zone change. Councilmember Purinton.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zone change 1011 and adopt the findings of the 10 review criteria as recommended by the zoning commission.
Okay, is there, Councilmember Boyette has the second. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Purinton, did you want to speak to your motion?
No.
Okay. No obligation?
I mean, yes. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. With regard to the zoning applications that we get, and I think we've expressed so many times with staff, and I don't know that we can make any changes, but we're always saying, what about the traffic study? What about the traffic study? What is this going to look like? And I still think as we move forward with more of these P&Ds, Monica, I welcome your plan to look at these more closely. I think there are some things that we may need to tweak on P&Ds, whether it's the use of or the definition of parkland, greenland, space, whatever you want to call it. Also the placement of the NX2s within those P&Ds. But at this point, I know Mr. Wild has designed homes on the west end, and they're very well done. So I would assume that he's going to work with city staff as well as Mr. Reed, and it'll be a great addition.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I understand that there have been some questions about which way the NX2, I think, is developed along the arterial, and the issue of whether or not other parts of that can be along the arterial. I'd just like to say, I drove to Bend Steel every morning the year we had record snow, and there are county roads out there, and I do not have a four-wheel drive, and it would snow every Sunday night, and Monday morning I would get up and there would be snow. If a teacher at Bend Steel, who is not yet married, not able to afford housing, were able to rent an apartment and walk to Bend Steel, I would have done that in a minute. Every morning, it was deep snow. So I think that there, you know, sometimes we think about, was it multifamily housing, there's kind of I don't know, maybe a prejudice or a bias against it. But what about all those unmarried people who might want to work at Bend Steel? And that's a great opportunity for them to live in a place where they don't have to drive all of that distance to get to work. There'll be people who have to work at Albertsons. Are they the kinds of people who need to rent apartments because they can't afford housing? I bet so. And there'll be further development. I appreciate Recode in that it allows our zoning, I appreciate our zoning for it allowing a mixture of housing choices. Not everybody can have the same kind of house, and there are people who need the kinds of housing that will be available in this development, so thank you.
Thank you very much. For the discussion on the motion, Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I just want to echo, I think what Councilmember Neese said earlier, that when we're looking at this P1 land, we have to look at actual usable land. I really didn't like the comment that, you know, the NX2 units up along Grand, they're going to have a park out front of their house. I don't think that anybody would think a 20-foot, 30-foot wide strip of grass along a major arterial with cars flying by at 45+ miles an hour would consider that a park. So I think we've got a lot of definition to do there. I'm concerned that I heard the comment that, you know, the P1 space, while it technically separates from the arterial, you still have to have the NX zone along that arterial, when we said almost the opposite when the Timbers was coming up. And we said that the N3 along Alkali Creek was allowable because there was this little strip of P1 land there. So we're being inconsistent there. You know, I'm going to vote for this. I'm going to support this. But I think we have a lot of work to do to nail down and get those definitions more consistent so that the developers know what to expect and everybody's happy and it's meeting the intention of what we're trying to do with that open space. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Gulick and Councilmember Neese, did you have your hand up?
I do.
So Councilmember Gulick, Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, thank you. With regard to the NX2, I'm glad that Recode does have the requirement that along the arterial that we do have that requirement. Part of what I'm thinking about is it doesn't require that you have multifamily. I think it's good to be able to provide a choice in having more complete neighborhoods. But if you think of Broadwater right now, between Division and we'll say 16th Avenue North, there's a lot of single family residential residences there. That just, it's not, no one really wants to invest a lot of money into upkeep of those. And so this is housing that is set off from Grand Avenue a fair ways, and there aren't, you know, a lot of single family dwellings across the street either. They're facing inward to their subdivision. So I have no problem with the NX2.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I sure would like to have seen this come back. I don't like the fact that the developer owner has not worked hard enough to get rid of that easement for a better zoning mix. I am not against the Annex 2. I think the Annex 2 could easily have been put internally a little bit more instead of the outside. As Councilman Rupsis mentioned, we approved N3 right along an arterial. And so we are very inconsistent, and so that doesn't send a signal to the developers. What do we want? We need to be consistent, and I think there's ways that we can mitigate some of that by putting, N3 along there, as long as there's certain standards that we adhere to. But I think that when we see projects like this that come to us and we have concerns about them and they're not quite what we want, but we're going to accept them, we're going to accept for mediocrity, we have, these things that we're approving today are going to be there 50, 100 years, long before we're gone. Or long after we're gone. And so I think that we have to send a message, and we have to look at things that are good for the community and prove those things. And if we continue to approve what we don't think is right for the community, it's a little bit mixed. I'd rather see the developer say, hey, I hear you, and ask, hey, let's put this on pause. Let me go back to the drawing board and bring it back in 6 months or 30 days or whatever it may be to bring a better product back to the city, back to the community. I am really concerned that we're going to vote for this. It probably will pass. I hope it does not. But I don't think it's right for the area. I don't think it's right for our community looking forward. And the developers really need to give us a better mixture of how these subdivisions, these P&Ds are put together, and not try and just hodgepodge it in there to kind of do the best they can. And then again, a lot of things have been said about the open space. That has to be revised soon. I really encourage staff to bring some revisions to us or hold work sessions on that we can actually talk about that, because that's one of the hot topics that comes up every single time when we see these P&Ds, as parks, the open space is just not fitting the way we as a council would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Shaw? Councilmember Shaw?
Sorry, I wasn't going to comment on anything, but I do want to address the park space issue. I hear what everybody's saying, but I also, when I look at this, think, okay, taking into account the topography and the character of this land, doesn't it make sense that a nice giant trail, I mean, to me, that seems like that is a much better use of park space versus, I live, near the downtown. I live near a number of small little triangle parks that aren't used by anybody. They're just open grass space that has to be mowed and watered every year. And so I look at this and I think I don't want to lose the tool that developers, that we've given them, of saying, I think this is an acceptable and a good use of the P1, although I do hear what everyone's saying about, no, it's not a baseball field. But for a family, I see this as being a lot more usable than, a couple of small little parks that maybe don't have anything in them, or, are just grass or just open area. So that's just the case I wanted to make. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question for Nicole Cromwell, just almost more of curiosity. Immediately east of the new Albertson site, there is a multifamily multiplex that I think Jeff Junkert did now probably close to 10 years ago. How many units are in that? Can you picture that? Do you know what I'm talking about at all? It's set back off Grand. There's some green space between Grand. How many units are in that, just out of curiosity?
The open space on Grand is the stormwater management piece. The units that Jeff did there were 4-unit buildings. And he did probably 10 of them.
Okay. I was just trying to get a sense of what those were. So thank you. All right. Any other discussion on the motion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. Okay. The motion on item 4A, double I, the zone change, is for approval, consistent with the staff recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, Councilmember Neese. All other votes in favor. That concludes item 4A(2). Brings us to 4B, the development agreement. That one was not read by Tony. So Tony, would you read item 4B?
Development agreement with Buffalo Crossing LLC for infrastructure improvements located along Grand Avenue near the intersection of 60th Street West. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Debbie, I guess, is our presenter. According to this, she's saying no, she isn't. Is there anybody in the audience who'd like to present on this? Do we have a Plan B for the development agreement?
We're here for questions.
Okay, Debbie is here for questions. The development agreement, a draft of that is in our packet. It's been available for public consumption. Some of it was described in the earlier presentations, at least generally. Are there any questions for staff? There will not be a public hearing on the development agreement item. So, Councilmember Denise, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question for Debbie regarding the development agreement. I think some of the drawings we saw here, we never saw a road going south, but yet in the development agreement, I think you require that road to be.
We have a picture.
Okay, in the south. And so I'm assuming the development agreement is adding that, unlike what they had in there. Again, I'm concerned, like Councilman Magrulik said, about the connectivities to the future subdivisions and things like that, making these more neighborhoods that you can actually walk around and stuff. And in their drawings, they don't have any projections to the west, to the next neighborhood over. So we'll see the subdivision plan coming in the future, but can we condition it during that time to say we need to have connectivity to the east property, or should the condition be now during this agreement to say you have to provide connectivity to the property to the west for these kind of neighborhoods?
So this is probably going to be Monica, but I'm going to answer, well. So our subdivision regs do talk about connectivity and that we need to have them between our neighborhoods. So we do have the ability during subdivision to add requirements for connectivity. Monica's nodding.
You won't see a plat that doesn't show it.
Okay, so quick follow up on that. Yeah, go ahead. And so you added this one in this subdivision agreement. You could have added it during this what do you call this, the development agreement, but you could have added it in the subdivision agreement, correct?
We could have.
Okay, and why did you choose, would it be better to do it now so the developer knows that, do it now so they know that they're going to have to plan for that connectivity?
Yes, if we know going in that we want to see that, then it's better to have everybody on the same page going in if we know that, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I move to approve the development agreement with Buffalo Crossing LLC as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Purington. Discussion now on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Nice?
You know, I think it's going to be easier now for the developer to know that we want connectivity to the neighborhoods. We can't do anything to the east now because we get the ditch there, it's already developed out. But if we were to condition for the connectivity of the roadways that are projected to be in there to the property, just like we have it to the south, we actually do it to the east as well. I think it would give the developer a lot more predictability and understanding of what they have to do going forward instead of having it kind of come during the subdivision agreement. So I'd like to entertain a motion to amend the motion to include similar connectivities to the to the west property of the roadways.
Okay, is there a second?
Well, there's no second. So
staff would like to comment, and I guess one obvious question is, what does this get us that our existing regulations don't already get us? So
I think it's fine for consistency to include this language in the development agreement. I was actually going to say, based on the measurements and the block face and perimeter, that it's likely that it would be 2 connections required, and so I don't know if you want to say like 2 if warranted by the block face measurements or something, but I just wanted to make you aware that it's likely 2 based on the measurements.
Thank you, because I would like to have said that, but I don't know technically how to put that. So if you're saying 2 connections going west based upon, what did you say, lot?
The perimeter in block face.
Okay, block face, okay, thank you.
Monica, why wouldn't we want to just say as required by staff?
That would be fine too. It's just a matter of how specific you want to be.
Okay. Okay. So that's the motion. Councilmember Denise, you did want to make a motion, so would you restate your proposed motion?
So my motion would be to amend the motion to include connectivity to the west property. And Mary, your recommendation, you indicated recommendation by staff. I think that's a little bit easier because the staff is going to do the block face based upon where they put the roads in. So I would say based upon the recommendation of staff.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Is there a second?
Yeah.
Councilmember Tidswell?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
All right. So we have a motion's been seconded. So discussion now on the proposed amendment. Councilmember Tricky?
So I'm just curious, how is this different from the languages in there about building Stockman Avenue all the way through the development?
Councilmember Chiriki, I wouldn't say that I have the greatest explanation for it other than with the P&Ds, we get a lot of information that we didn't get, but we don't always get all of the information. And so they're showing a majority of the network, just like we've had sites that will develop with master site plan and private streets. Those aren't required to be shown. So I think we're still finding that sweet spot of what's required at the zoning stage. But we do, because as we review subdivisions, we're not going to have it not be in coordination with the recode, which does have the block face perimeter. So it's going to get caught at subdivision, or it would get caught at master site plan.
Councilor Tricky?
Am I wrong? I thought we were requiring two eligible fire exits or ins and outs to every development. So
Major subdivisions do require 2 points of access.
So this would not require 2 points.
There is the connection with Stockman, which is a collector, as well as Grand Avenue. So it does meet the 2 points of access requirement.
So what we're really talking about right now is
local streets to the west.
West.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Purington?
So, Monica, I guess what I'm saying, is this motion even necessary? Because if you're implying that if it's not in the development agreement, it will be in the subdivision agreement.
Oh, I have no problems with it being in the development agreement because it's just a matter of kind of like a double checks and balances is how I'm viewing it. We know that it's going to happen at the subdivision stage. I feel like it's fine to put the language in there that says that there are going to be those connections just so that, if council feels a bit more confident about it. So it doesn't matter to me one way or the other if it's there because the outcome is going to be the same. I feel very confident in that.
Okay. Any further discussion on the proposed amendment? Okay, if not, we'll proceed to a vote on the proposed amendment, which again is just to add language in the development agreement with the exact language to be developed by staff. And if the movements have any disagreement with how I state the motion, let me know. But the substance would be to explicitly require connectivity to the west according to the discretion of staff. Okay, so if everybody understands the proposed amendment, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay.
Nay.
Okay, let's have a vote. If in favor, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Gulick, Neese, Owen, Joy, Cole, Tidswell, and Boyette. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Council members Shaw, Tariki, Purington, and Ripsis. Motion passes 7-4. Brings us now to the now amended underlying motion, which is for approval with that change. Is there further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Neese. Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was just reading my notes here. Oh, can you, along Grand Avenue, there's going to be just one entrance, correct? These NX2s that are going to be there, they cannot have drive access just like they could not have it on Colton Avenue, is that correct?
Councilmember Neese, I believe in I'm going to quote Greg from earlier, but he was actually saying that since that access, they couldn't negotiate it elsewhere, it actually would serve as a double purpose, and it would serve as access to the rear entry garages along the NX2. So it actually is serving new structures within this development as well.
Along the east side, but the front ones won't have, they'll be accessing the garages?
They'll be accessed internally. They won't have direct access onto Grand.
Okay, so we're going to have two entrances on Grand Avenue, one for the back, the garages in the back on the NX2, and one in the main entrance.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, and that NX2 is also serving as that deeded easement to that in-holding.
Okay, will that be developed as a wide street or just like an alley?
Like an alley.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion before we proceed to a vote? Not seeing any, so the amended motion is for approval of the development agreement, item 4B. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 4C. Tony, would you read item 4C?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 4 to include recently annexed property in Annexation 2203, a parcel located south of Grand Avenue and 60th Street West. Buffalo Crossing LLC petitioner. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Monica, is there any presentation on this? Okay, we do have a public hearing though, so if anybody would like to comment on item 4C, this is adding this property to Ward 4, please come forward at this time. Is there any public comment on item 4C? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Council, is there a motion? Councilmember Tidswell.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance expanding the boundaries of Ward 4 as recommended by staff.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Purington seconds. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Seeing none, if in favor of the motion for approval, item 4C, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Brings us then to I think we're putting the old 3 at the end. Did we say we're putting that at 5? Oh, sorry. Okay, so we will then put the old 3 in position of 5, not at the very end. So that means Andy Zeller is our presenter on the revolving loan program item.
Oh, I see.
Jennifer said she'd give me $50 if I reminded you she's here for consent agenda items still.
I apologize. Yeah, we need to deal with the consent item. Andy, I apologize.
Let's just remember that I always start before Andy. Just as general policy.
False alarm. We had agreed to pick up after our break, and now we've finished that item. Item 1H, or I'm sorry, 1D, the proposed settlement agreement with the County Water District. So let's turn to that item, and I'm going to ask Councilmember Owen, you spoke to that earlier before. Are you prepared to make a motion on that item and get it in front of us?
Yes, Mayor. So we did have conversations, as was indicated. I'm happy to explain sort of where we landed and would ask the city administrator and city attorney to comment on it as well. But I would move to approve the settlement with the County Water District of Billings Heights with an amendment to paragraph 6 that strikes the word shall in the first sentence and inserts have mutually agreed to.
And would you mind reading the, how that sentence would read if the amendment is approved?
Yes. The parties, through their respective representatives, have mutually agreed to meet to begin addressing issues with the existing water purchase agreement with the goal of drafting a new water purchase agreement, et cetera.
Okay, thank you very much. And you made the motion. Is there a second to your motion? Councilmember Neese. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Owen, would you speak to that, and Councilmember Owen?
Yes.
And then Councilmember Joy?
So the idea here, I am concerned that there was a little internal inconsistency in the first sentence, which says the parties shall meet, but it doesn't really explain how often, what constitutes a meeting, et cetera, et cetera. And then at the end, there's sort of this savings clause that says nothing in paragraph 6 shall impose a legal duty. I think it is the intent of both parties to have there be no legal consequences. So I think there are concerns that this, at least I have concerns, and I know there are concerns in the community, that this settlement agreement could perhaps fall apart if there were disputes over whether or not the sides had met. I know this was a point of contention and negotiation between the two parties. In the interest of full disclosure, in addition to being a council member, I also live in the water district, so I'm trying very hard not to sit on both sides of this conversation. But it seems to me that it is a factual statement that at the negotiating table, the parties have agreed to meet. And so I think the language of shall is a little heavy-handed, and the amended language represents what is in fact true, that the parties have mutually agreed to meet, and that there's no intention on the part of either party to have a fight over whether or not they've met, done it in good faith, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this language is not designed to change the substance of the agreement in any way, but rather to more accurately reflect the intention of the two parties.
Okay, thank you very much, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just going to ask if it was the intention of the movement to include the $2 million figure in her motion.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I would just ask the city administrator and city attorney to comment.
So thank you, Councilmember. I agree with all of your statement. It's exactly as you described it is what the discussions were at the table, and there was. Sorry, it's my mic doing that. So, sorry, Councilmember Owen, what you described, I think are accurate statements and reflect what was discussed at the table. And you are correct in that we had never intended, nor did we in what's written in paragraph 6, to use it as some kind of opportunity for some future legal fight. It really was that we were fully disclosing that when we resolve this issue, we have some more issues to resolve, and we'd like to do that. And we want to be clear about that. Don't be surprised when we pick up the phone the next morning and say, okay, can we get together and solve some other problems? So I'm fully comfortable with the language as you've amended it.
Okay, Councilmember Owen, is that sufficient, or did you want something else from Gina?
Only if she has something to share.
I really don't. I absolutely agree. I could just echo what you both have said. The amendment that you've proposed accurately, in my opinion, accurately reflects the intention of the parties.
Okay, thank you very much. Are we prepared to vote? Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Also full disclosure, I'm also a Heights resident and live in the water district, so and been in part of the negotiation team as well. And so I appreciate this being brought forward and modified, because it is something we want to make sure that to make it the best agreement forward for the city and for the Heights residents. And I think this does that. So thank you for your support.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion then is for approval of item 1D, the proposed Heights water contract with the change so described. I think that motion also authorizes me to execute the document and submit it to the Heights Water District for their consideration. Okay, yeah, if the motion is clear, if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, and brings us then to Andy Zeller.
The accountants are always looking out for each other.
Former item 3. Now item number 5, dealing with the revolving loan program. Tina, or Tony, would you read the former item 3, which is now item 5?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance amending Billings, Montana City Code, Article 13-1100, revolving loan program. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you for pushing me back. Appreciated it. So tonight I'm here to present a recommended ordinance change for a revolving loan program. Let's see. There we go. So for some history on how it was developed and why we're here now, this was established in 1983 with $600,000 from the original downtown tax increment district that stretched down 27th Street, South 27th Street. In 1999, council amended that ordinance to develop a bank pool where they had a consortium of, I believe it was 10 to 11 banks that provided additional funds to help bolster the program. That interlocal or intercreditor agreement was extended multiple times and eventually expired in 2015 because we weren't using it anymore. We built that fund up to a pretty healthy amount, and so that was no longer needed. And then in 2021, the committee chair, who had been in place prior to 2015, I don't know how long he was there, he mentioned he was retiring. And so we went to look at the ordinance to say, okay, how are we going to replace this? And highlighted quite a few things that needed to be changed, specifically how a committee is created. And then there were other elements, and that's why you're seeing this tonight. So we developed some recommended changes with the former committee chair, and then we couldn't get it in 2021, wanted to get you new council members in their seats. And then so now we're here. I met with former committee members, spoke with Big Sky Economic Development, and just a couple commercial lenders in Billings, just to kind of get general feedback. And overall, we weren't recommending any major changes to how the program functions and operates. Honestly, I viewed a lot of this as tidying up and house cleaning more than anything else. So the way a loan application works, just to refresh your memory if you don't recall, we have, as part of our MOU with the Downtown Billings Alliance, they are charged with not only bringing TIF applications to you, but accepting initial applications for this revolving loan program. So it starts there, and then they bring that to the committee, where we typically have a lot of back and forth, request additional information, and at that stage we'll either deny the application. In most cases, it's because they're just not creditworthy, or we make a recommendation to council, and then you guys see that and take action on those. I'm gonna move through the recommended changes. There are a few. There was a lot of emails today on it, so I expect some question and dialogue on different elements, but I wanted to go through these just so you're aware. So 13-1101, we're just recommending repealing. This is the old recitals and really doesn't have a place as part of the actual ordinance. The 13-1102 is recreating the revolving loan program, so we'd recommend renumbering, removing the reference to recreation, replacing it with modify. And then it also talks about the specific type of governmental accounting fund to use, and we would follow governmental accounting standards, so I just said it would be held in a special fund of the city. 1104 is a source of funding. This is a section that talked about that bank pool. That intercreditor agreement doesn't exist any longer. Frankly, the need isn't there, so we're recommending repealing this section. 1105, applicant eligibility, renumbering because of the ones we're removing, and then authorizing the loan committee to establish boundaries for eligible properties. Currently, we use the boundaries of the existing TIF district as well as the former TIF district. I know this was kind of a topic on a few emails. The revolving loan funds are no longer TIF dollars. When that former district sunset in 2008, those funds are for the revolving loan program. They are not TIF dollars. And we have the MCA site that actually specifically says that. So, we can get to that. I don't know if we can pull it up or not, but there were some questions about that. So I wanted to make that clear. These are not TIF dollars any longer. But because the boundaries generally align with our TIF district, that's why it's housed with the DBP, I think. Loan application underwriting criteria, a renumbering here. So we would recommend that, we develop, or that you authorize the committee to develop policies consistent with the requirements that are in the ordinance. And frankly, we don't see anything that we would change from how we've been operating. We just don't have any official policies that we could find. I did find a one-page document that outlines it pretty well, but there were a couple other things we wanted to add there. This is one Councilmember Neese sent an email on, and I think I would recommend maybe clarifying here that the mayor would receive applications for committee members and then shall appoint members. I think I just had originally the mayor shall receive applications, and that may be confused as the actual loan applications. My goal here is to make it similar to your current board and commissions. So the committee we had in place at 2021 was the same committee that was there prior to 2015, and we had never selected new people or even considered applications. So this is one that we saw really needed some changes. Additionally, I think in the staff memo I clarified it more, but it referenced organizations that no longer exist, like the Yellowstone Regional Development Council, I think, or something similar to that. And so we wanted to get rid of that, a downtown property owners group, and that group's really, I would say, lacks formal organization at this point. And so we wanted to get to organizations that exist today, but still generally have that same intent of urban renewal downtown. And then 1109 was notice of the public hearing. Obviously, that's no longer the public hearing date and really shouldn't be part of the ordinance either. So we're recommending repealing that section. And then consequently, no changes in these areas, but just renumbering. So as far as alternatives go, you certainly could, deny the recommendations, and we would maintain our current ordinance, which has outdated references. And I don't think that's a reasonable or a good approach. You could approve our recommendations and make modifications if desired, or the other option on the table would be to repeal the ordinance entirely, but you would eliminate this as a redevelopment tool for downtown. Our current loan procedures, I talked about kind of the one-page document. These are consistent with the credibility requirements in the ordinance, but they're not specifically outlined in the ordinance. Our process is to set interest rates once a year. They're all variable loans. The rate is 1% less the prime rate. So currently that interest rate that we are loaning is 2.25%. It'll likely increase this year. Prime rate today is 3.5, so if that stays the same through December, that would go to 2.5%. We do monthly payments calculated on a 20-year term, but we only loan for 10 years, so it requires a balloon payment 10 years in. We require personal guarantee, a lien on real property if it's there, or UCC filings against equipment and inventory. Here's the map I had sent out to you guys as well, and just showing the former district that ran along South 27th, inclusive of the existing district. There were some questions about the current financial position, and this is as of today. So we have outstanding loans there. I believe there's 11 of them, varying what our max is 213, and I didn't even see what the smallest one was, 25,000, I believe, to Limber Tree. There is one that is delinquent, and we are working with them to really try and get them up to speed. They've had some management changes, and we finally have been getting in communication with the new manager, and so hope to see progress on that one there. The rest of them, I believe another one's 2 months delinquent. They are making payments, but they are smaller payments than their monthly payment should be. Everyone else is current or ahead of schedule. So in summary, the bank pool is no longer needed. We wanted to get rid of that language. Committee members are retiring. We needed to clear up that language on how committees developed. And, we really needed to amend this ordinance. So that's why we're here. I want to answer, obviously, any of your questions. A reminder, this is a public hearing. And I think that's all I have for a presentation, but certainly prepared to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Council will have some questions, and then because this is an ordinance change, we'll have a public hearing. Questions first for Andy, Councilmember Purington.
Andy, whenever you were stating in the slide about the boundaries, and you also made the comment that there were no TIF dollars at this point, but you did comment, you said old and existing TIF districts. So you just mean the old downtown TIF district and the current TIF district that was expanded?
Correct. It would be this boundary, which is inclusive of the former TIF district that sunset in 2008, and then the one we have today.
Okay.
And that is consistent with how we have been considering loans. And so we intended to maintain that same process, but again, if there was desire to change that, I think we'd really want to consider the impacts of, what that might look like if we were going to substantially increase the size of the boundaries.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So the other question that I know I had, and I think Councilmember Neese had too, is, we're including Big Sky EDA as far as and also the downtown business partnership, I think is how they're labeled. So I'm just concerned about these overlaps of the TIF district because it's not a TIF district funding anymore. So I'm just wondering if there's a different methodology for choosing committee members. And maybe more bank, maybe more lender, and I don't know who at this point, who I would say, but anyway.
Yeah, Councilmember Purington, so the committee last year was myself, Steve Tossenroot of First Interstate Bank, Kim Olson, and then Mamet from downtown. And so when we met, we talked about that. There's a lot of value in having a commercial lender on this committee because, frankly, they're in it day to day, and so I certainly would be in favor of having more commercial lenders on there, but I didn't want to get to the point where we have a committee that has a bunch of vacant seats that are never filled, so we're trying to find that balance. But I think if there was a desire to have, replace one of them with another lender, I think we could probably do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, I had some of the questions along the same lines as far as the boundary. I think your change is recommending the committee determines what the boundary changes would be. I think I'd like to see that actually come to the council so that we can have discussion and determine where that boundary is. Since these are not TIF dollars, they could be looked at. It could be just done in eBird now. It could be done along Grand Avenue where there's issues that we maybe want to help businesses address up in the Heights. A Heights Business Association can be involved. I think we need to look at, based on where the boundaries, we decide the boundaries or areas of the city that may be eligible for that. That maybe there's representatives within some of those areas or like that could be a part of that that committee and to help with that. So I think this, I like the idea of the boundaries can change, but I think the council should probably take a look at those boundaries, determine where they want to target, and then maybe get some committee members on there. I think there's a Yellowstone County Business Association. There's lots of different things I think they add to it, but that does open it up. I thought they were TIF dollars and that they had to stick to this TIF area, but that's quite interesting that they're not.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Joy. And Councilmember Rupsis.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. What are some of the planning documents or other, when when recommendations are made for, or applications are received and dollars are awarded, are there planning documents or other, I don't know, documents that kind of direct this money? So are you just looking for any business that needs a loan because it needs a loan, it'd like to expand? Or are you looking for a specific, are you trying to achieve a goal? Or are you just looking to give out money to businesses who would like to expand? I guess that's and what documents or policies underlie kind of the decisions that you're making? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Joy, Mayor, City Council. The documents that created the urban renewal plan are the revolving loan program are the urban renewal plan that was adopted. When was it back in the 80s with the original district? So that set the foundation for what are they trying to do? Well, they're trying to do items that are consistent with that urban renewal plan. Then when we created the new district, there was a downtown framework plan that was adopted, I believe, in 97 or 98. And that is now the foundational document that we use to say, okay, this is further economic development in the downtown area. So we've used that as kind of the guiding document. The purpose outlined in the ordinance, and I wasn't recommending any changes there, and so that's why you didn't see any, but I'll read through them very quickly, and I think they also provide some guiding direction. So it's to assist in economic revitalization and stabilization of the district, attract and retain stable clientele population within the district, stimulate private investment within the district, generate additional property tax revenue within the district, and encourage and facilitate in remodeling and restoration of historically significant structures within the district.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rupsis, you had your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess, Andy, along that same vein, it's nice to hear those 6 or so goals of the program. When I look at that list, there are 11 properties, there are 11 loans or so, of varying maturity, up to 20 years, but looks like most of them are probably relatively younger than that. How do we judge success of this program? How do we know that we're doing everything that we can do, or that we're using these dollars as effectively as we can?
So, Councilmember Rupsis, none of them will, well, I shouldn't say none of them. They all have a balloon payment in 10 years or less. So it's a 20-year term with a 10-year repayment. So there's a large payment at year 10. How would we measure success? That's a hard question to answer, but I would say, we started with $600,000 of TIF money, and we're up to, a total asset position of about $2.7 million. As far as I'm aware of, we have only ever written off the interest on one loan to the YMCA many, many years ago. We've had 0 defaults, and so I think just looking at that, I think it's been pretty successful. Trying to do some research to see what kind of tax base have we generated and developed, that's more challenging. I think we have some good history that goes back probably about 10 years, 12 years now, but prior to that, I don't have a lot of good history on loans that were made. And so it'd be kind of challenging, I think, to look at it that way.
Follow up, go ahead.
If I could follow up, thank you. So we've got 11 loans or so of 10 years or less. Average 1 loan per year. It doesn't seem to be a very high demand program. Is it? Are we just not advertising it enough? Is it not hitting the right target? I'm just wondering why we've got, now 1.4 million. I think they said 900,000 as of last year. But, how are we getting these funds out there? Because they're only useful when they're working for us.
Correct. So we were down, we're in a very good cash position right now. We've had some big ones come and pay off very recently. I think a couple of years ago, we were down to under 800,000, maybe even under 600,000, to a point we were kind of looking at, okay, do we want to consider loans for 250,000 still? Because we'd get rid of our cash pretty quickly. But you're correct. There's not a lot of activity. We probably see, I would guess, 3 to 5 a year. And maybe that's even a bit much, maybe 3 or 4 a year. they are part of the TIF application. So if you pull that up, it's one application, and I think most of the people that they're talking to are interested in TIF, and so a lot of times that's what you'll end up seeing because the revolving loan isn't as appealing to them. One of the challenges with that is that I think as we expand boundary outside of the TIF district is how do you reach those folks? Because we would consider properties in the old district, but I don't think that they're thinking of the DBP to approach them to say, hey, we want some, what funding exists because they're not in the district. And so if we are to expand this, that is something we will absolutely need to consider is how to make people aware of this tool. And I think there's an element that Big Sky Economic Development has there because they have revolving loans. They have access to people well outside the district who may have interest. And I think that's a valuable viewpoint they bring.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess Councilmember Purington and Neese have both asked questions, but we can go back to you if nobody else. Councilmember Purington and Neese, take your pick.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Ladies first.
Yeah.
So that was one of my questions too. How do these businesses know about it? And I think that's my gist with this. And you said it is that because it's with the Downtown Business Partnership is that they're looking at TIF applicants. And I think one of the ones that we just had one or two just within the past couple of years, and they applied for the revolving loan in association with their TIF application. And so it's kind of like they got a lot at that point because they got the TIF money plus they got the revolving loan. So I think that's my concern about just leaving it in the downtown because I think as Councilmember Neese mentioned, there are other businesses in Billings because this to me would be small business loan because it's not much. $250,000. So that's kind of my concern with Big Sky EDA and the Downtown Business Partnership being involved in it because they're going to tack that on to whatever they're already working on with one client. Is that correct? He wants to say something. So.
Council Member Purington, Mayor and Council, we don't have an economic development branch of our city. And I'm not suggesting we should get one tomorrow. Our economic development entity is Big Sky Economic Development. Now, it is more attached to the county than it is the city, but like with everything, we're 2/3 of the county at least. Secondly, our other primary economic development tools are our TIF districts. That's what we have. So to me, it's natural that that's where you see these coming. I think you absolutely make the policy argument, hey, we want to see this and help use it as a catalyst, whether it's along whatever business district. I won't name them because I won't get them all right and I'll offend one of you by leaving one of your districts out. So, I think that'd be a policy issue, but if you start going beyond the downtown where the money was collected, yep, it's not TIF tied anymore, but then are you going to make it open to all business districts across the city, and who's going to manage that for you? So those tools that I understand some of you are thinking you're not necessarily convinced that you're like how they operate, that's what we have as our economic development components for our organization. I mean, they're the closest tie we have to an economic development component. Thanks.
Thank you very much. On that note, Councilmember Neese, Andy, is there any reason we couldn't, if we had a source of funds, have multiple revolving loan funds by district? So we could have a eBird revolving loan fund. We could have, with seed money from their TIF dollars. We could have a South Billings Urban Renewal District revolving loan fund with seed dollars from their TIF district. If the Grand or the Heights wanted to have a revolving loan fund that we administer, and they created a BID, a business improvement district, to assess dollars, create the seed money, we could have a Heights fund and a Grand Avenue fund. Theoretically possible?
Mayor,
not that you would want more to administer, I suppose, right?
I don't want more, but it was certainly within the TIF districts. I think that statute allows them to create a revolving loan program. Frankly, I haven't considered it outside of those, so I wouldn't say no, it's not allowable, but I really don't know.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. And Chris, I think what your comments about as far as using different areas and stuff like that could be a problematic. That's why I think that should come to the council for good public discussion and find out what areas we look at. I think until that time, I think it could stick in, with the kind of the downtown TIF area right now. But Andy, I wanted to address the loans for a minute that are outstanding on this, because I didn't see in the ordinance anything about the collection or who does that or how that is processed. You've got 2 out of 11, that's 18%, and in numbers, and that's because of small numbers, you're going to have high percentages. You get one of them collected, you're still at 9%. And so, dollar-wise, what percentages are we? Because I would look at a loan portfolio and 18% that's a failure. If you're failing because you've got too much delinquency, you should be around 3% or so. But that's a larger portfolio. So I think that I'm not sure if I understand how that collection is going. Do you either have to do it? Do you assign it out to other people? Is the Downtown Billings Association doing all the collection? I mean, where of these 11, who are the 2 that are delinquent, and what kind of work is being done to get these collected? And
Sure. So it is in our documents. I mean, the Petroleum Club is the very delinquent one. They've had major changes in staff, and so one of my staff members has been routinely trying to get a hold of board members, managers, whomever is put in place and charged with managing that organization. As recently as last week, finally did get a hold of somebody who is the new manager there. And at this point, I don't know what, we would pursue whatever action was available to us, but we don't want to see them shut down. We want them to, get current. And so our typical position has been, okay, let's work with you to get current again. The other one that's delinquent is Limbertree Yoga, and she has been working. She's behind on the principal payments, but she's actually making monthly payments because we've been in communication with her regularly, and it does just inflate that balloon payment, but she's making monthly payments every month. So that's how the current process goes. It's pretty labor intensive, and so I'd be nervous about expanding this dollars wise, because that would just mean more loans potentially.
Okay.
Quick follow-up on that.
Very quick, just because it's 9:30, we need to move to a motion on this.
Andy, I think I agree with you. I think if you get to a larger dollar amount, you get one loan delinquent, and now you're at 15% dollar-wise that is delinquent. And I think that's a lot of risk that should be avoided. So I was kind of ambivalent to maybe going upwards and the increasing the amount from 250 and going up, but I think we should keep it where it's at and not move it up.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Boyette. And Councilmember Boyette, because it is 9:30, are you looking to make a motion? If so, I hope so.
I just had one dumb question, then I'll make a motion.
Oh, I appreciate it. We do need to have a public hearing. Thank you. Go ahead.
Andy, for such a small amount, why don't we can we just put the money, 1.4 million, in the general fund and just continue to collect those? It sounds like it's more trouble than it's worth for you guys to manage this, since you don't have a dedicated person to do this.
Councilmember Boyette, that option certainly does exist to you guys. I intentionally put this up. I didn't have the amounts on there originally, but I just wanted you to be aware of what activity we were helping support. There is one loan that hasn't come in because they were still working on negotiating closing. That's the Burger Dive that has been approved. So that would come out of the cash, and I believe that was for the full 250, but I don't recall certainly 100%. So yes, that option exists to you, but I think I would tread into that with eyes wide open about what we may be giving up. And I don't want to say that it's a ton of work for my staff. It's a lot of work when somebody gets delinquent, but that's a pretty rare circumstance in my 5 years being the director.
Okay, let's move to a public hearing on this item. This is the original item 3. Now item 5, the first reading on ordinance to revise the revolving loan program. ordinance. If anybody would like to come forward to comment, please do so. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Hafer.
Mayor, members of the council, thank you. Randy Hafer, 702 North 23rd. And thank you for moving number 3 to number 5. Really appreciate that move. But I do want to say a bunch of things. You guys have asked a ton of questions. I can tell you, I know for a fact, in this room anyway, I'm the most experienced with this program. I've been using the revolving loan fund program since 2000. I've been involved with at least 5 or 6 loans. I'm just about to come in for another one. It will also be for the full amount. Most of them are paid off. Tracy Lofts, which was listed up there, that building's on the market. So once we sell that, that loan will be repaid as well. I consider this a key part of our financing on all the development projects that we do. As a banker, you know that if I really don't need to borrow money, you're all about lending me money. And so from my perspective, it's what can we do to mitigate the risk? And because these loans are second position loans, we like to pile that on to our capital stack, because then that just reduces the amount of money that the primary lender is going to have out, which makes these projects a little bit easier to do. And we absolutely combine it with TIF whenever we can, which in downtown Billings is always. So, and I'd like to see it increased a little bit, actually, because, what you see in terms of the cash position right now waxes and wanes. Over the years, we have been down, I know, well below 600,000. There was a point at which we were at like 200,000. And so then this was a big question, and I can't remember exactly what happened, but it's a volatile thing, or not volatile, but it's dynamic, because people are paying off. Properties sell, money comes back in, money goes back out. It's been a very successful program in my mind. I would not like to see it go out of downtown, because it was created for downtown, it was created with tax dollars. I know as somebody who's paid on a lot of these loans that the expectation was that money's going to roll back into downtown. It's had a very positive effect on a lot of projects in downtown Billings, and it will continue to do that. So I just want to encourage you to accept these things. I got very nervous back here with some of these things I heard, because this is an important tool for those of us that do development downtown. And obviously, other business owners use it as well, which is fine. But for me, these are bigger ticket things, so we're always looking to get that maximum amount. And it's just an important part of that capital stack that we put together. And so I would like to endorse the proposals that Andy's made about the revisions that need to be made, because obviously things have changed. But the fundamentals of this being a downtown program, the 250,000 and basically the interest rates and so forth, I think all that works well, and I would like to see that retained. And I'd be happy to answer any questions, because I heard the beep.
Yeah, very good.
And
Thank you.
I've waited a long time, so.
I don't see any questions, but thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for the valuable background.
I do have a question.
Oh, you have a question. Councilmember Neese has a question.
Thank you. Randy, thanks for using this. I think we see a lot of projects that with the TIF and stuff like that. Let me ask you this: of the projects you've done, if you didn't have these revolving line, how many of those projects would not have been able to get done?
Or I have to think about that, but there are certainly some that would have been very stressed, or perhaps not possible.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment on this item? Any other public comment on this item? No one's coming forward, so we'll close our public hearing on number 5. And now back to council. Councilmember Shaw.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve and amend Billings, Montana City Code Article 13-1100 on first reading as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Rupsis indicates he seconds the motion. Discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Shaw Rupsis, before we turn to Councilmember Neese, did you want to speak to your motion?
Sure, I will quickly, just to say that I think this just cleans up a lot of things. I think some of the issues that people have brought up tonight are worth considering, but I don't want to throw them into this discussion. I think we should have separate discussions about if this should be expanded or we should add them into other areas of the city or whatever that looks like. So let's just clean it up. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Neese?
Yes, Mayor, I think I just want to clarify on the movement that by the recommendation, you meant that there was one other change that Andy made on the document that wasn't included in our packet. You are including that change as well?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. That was the language that added that language of the application coming to the mayor was for the members of the committee. And based on communication we had by email today, I had just pointed out that there's nothing in there that explicitly says that this council has to approve those applications, but whoever responded to that pointed out other ordinances that do make that part of the requirement. So it's probably not necessary in this document. Okay, further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Neese?
Mayor, I think I brought this up during conversations about, this is section 131103, where the change is made to the boundaries established by the loan committee. I would make a motion to change that from loan committee to city council. Section 131103 of the document. The change was made to establish the district within the boundaries. It's projects in the district. It says within the boundaries as established by the loan committee. And rather than the loan committee establishing the boundaries, it would be established by city council.
Okay, motion is made and seconded. So again, 13-1103, change the words loan committee to city council in the proposed change there. That is an amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Councilmember Neese, you want to speak to yours? And then Councilmember Joy and Shaw.
As I spoke to it earlier, I agree with Councilwoman Shaw that I don't want to do a lot of nitpicky changes. I think this ordinance there's a lot of changes we can make and change it down the road. One of the items I brought up was terms as far as how they're staggered and things like that. We brought up different options of different groups being on the council, but I think this one here, when we're talking about, where these funds can be spent, the loan committee, the four on the committee could then change the policy and then put it, wherever they wanted to. And so I think that's something we want to establish. I think that how it's been in the TIF, and I would trust they probably would keep it in the TIF district, but I think that is something that the council would want to wrestle with down the road, and that's something that we could talk about and make sure it stays within the TIF area. If the TIF expands, expand it from there and things like that.
Okay, Councilmember Joy and Shaw, and while you guys are speaking, I'm just going to ask staff to think a little bit about whether the existing boundary is being changed by this, or whether it's clear what the existing boundary is, since it says that the city council has to approve that boundary, and we haven't taken any action to approve any boundary. Does that create some ambiguity? But that's just an issue that's out there. Councilmember Joy and Shaw. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I actually was going to ask a question, but Councilmember Neese spoke to his motion, and so that kind of clarified it. I'm not sure what the problem we're trying to fix is, and I can hear that Councilmember Neese feels that there may be some changes that are made by the loan committee that we wouldn't see. And since it's existed for this period of time and there haven't been these issues, I don't really see the problem we're trying to correct. I don't imagine that the members of the committee that do come to us, so if the mayor is going to make recommendations for who sits on this loan committee, and we don't have a person on it that we would feel is going to make really poor choices or do things that are outside of their lane. Since we're approving the people, I don't see the problem we're trying to correct by bringing it to council. Council is going to approve the people who are on there. We can clearly see whether or not those people would have appropriate actions or follow the guidelines. I mean, there's some really strong foundation principles that are supposed to be motivating this committee, goals that they're trying to achieve. And I don't think that we have a problem that we need to solve with this change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. My question, Andy, is for you related to this. Can you just walk us through what this would do or not do, so I fully understand it? Thanks.
Councilmember Shaw, thank you. Honestly, I hadn't considered changing anything that we had already been doing, and so I thought we would use that same map. And I had originally intended to make it part of the ordinance, but I was struggling a lot with how to put a map into an ordinance. And so that's why you see that section there. The only other way I thought we could do it, and if council wants to go that way, I would likely bring back it would be through resolution adopted by council, and I would bring a resolution at second reading that has the map you've already seen. Frankly, this hasn't been a discussion point with respect to priorities for this council or prior councils, so I didn't feel major changes were needed with respect to the program.
I have a follow-up.
Please.
Okay, so if we pass it as it is, we change, just the motion that I made, exactly as you presented it. Is it possible for this district, if 4 people get together and they say, we want to just completely lift it out of the downtown and move it to the Heights, for example? Is that, to me, that doesn't seem possible, and we're going to then see all these applications. Council still has the ability to say yes, no, yes, no. But I guess that's my question for you.
Councilmember Shaw, yeah, I suppose by the language I've proposed, yeah, that committee could consider an application and with respect, and amend their boundaries. But it would come to council for approval, and I would fully anticipate council saying, why are you approving one way over here out of this boundary? But yeah, I don't have any heartburn with council approving the boundaries. Honestly, it was really just challenging to figure out how to put that language into an ordinance and get a map there. But yeah, if you want to do a resolution at second reading, I just know I'm planning on bringing back the map that I showed you, so it would be with resolution. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody else on the proposal? Councilmember Treaky.
That would be my preferred way of dealing with it, to scratch the change and reference a map with the existing boundaries.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Nice, I know you made this motion to make this amendment. Did we have a second on that? Who said? You did? Okay, thank you. Okay, further discussion on the proposed amendment requiring council approval of the district. Councilmember Nice.
Yeah, and I made that amendment because we were changing it from a district, which does have a map, to a committee that can change the map. And if the motion would be better made to say, strike the change in that was presented and then just leave it as the district, I would be amenable to do that. And then later on we can have resolution to have the map. I just think that that we're changing it. This is substantive change to change it from what the district is to allowing the community to make the changes. And yes, the council could, as you pointed, come to us and we could say no, but the work has already been done. People have already, applied and committees approved them. Now it just comes to us. So if it would be better for us to just change my amendment to strike the change in section 131103 to remain as it was, I would make that motion. Is that?
Okay, rather than making a motion to change the motion, you just want to withdraw the motion, I would think, and then... Okay,
I'll withdraw the motion.
I would accept it as a friendly amendment.
And then whoever the second would have to go along with that, which was Councilmember Purington.
Okay.
You agree with that? Okay,
so the motion then will be to on section 131103, to not approve the changes, just leave it as the district and strike within the boundaries established by the loan committee, because that was what was added. So just leave it as
Is
the
there a
district.
second to that? Councilmember Purington?
I will, but do you have to define the district?
He's going to define it with a resolution to us.
On second reading?
Okay. Thank you for the clarity.
Okay, all right, okay. Councilmember Ripsis?
Councilmember Neese, did you just want to do that, maybe propose a friendly amendment to the existing motion?
That's what he did.
Yes, that's
basically what he's done. He's withdrawn
So,
that.
yeah, you don't need a
He
second.
consents and Councilmember Purington. Okay, yeah, call it friendly amendment, that's the
Oh, I'm
change.
sorry, friendly amendment to the original motion,
Which is mine.
which is, okay, so now the original motion stands with the correction of what we had saw in the presentation, and you're also saying, your really amendment is to strike the changes in 13-1103.
Yes, exactly what you read.
So for the benefit of our clerk.
Yes.
The original motion made by Councilmember Shaw for approval is still for approval with one exception.
Yes.
And that is the language in 13-1103 goes away, the changes, so that the original phrase "in the district" remains. That's Councilmember Shaw's motion, and her second, who was Councilmember Ripsis, consents to that friendly amendment to the primary motion.
And including the map as, I think that, as the visual representation of what this is, so.
Okay, and also with the condition that on second reading, the district be defined in some fashion, presumably attachment of the map and some language that references the map to show the district. Andy, are you with us?
We put a map in an ordinance. That's where we're struggling. Yeah, I was planning on bringing a resolution that had the map, because I'm not aware of ordinances that have maps.
Okay,
That's
so
the reason, yep.
Okay, but that could be done in conjunction.
Correct. With second reading, yep.
Second reading.
Yep.
Okay, so that's for the, you're calling the question. No, you have a question. Well, okay, Mayor. Yes, you can, as soon as we make sure this motion is clear.
Mayor, point of order, real quick. Because I had made a motion and she had seconded it, I'd like to withdraw my motion so the friendly amendment can go forward.
Just to be clear, the motion was withdrawn. Thank you very much. And Councilmember Neese withdrew his motion, and Councilmember Purington consented to the withdrawal of the proposed amendment. And we had the friendly amendment to Councilmember Shaw, consented to by Councilmember Ripsis, and with the condition that the resolution define the district. Okay. Boy, hopefully that's all clear. So now Councilmember Boyette and Councilmember Treaky. Councilmember
So
Boyette?
Andy, in your experience, it says one commercial lender. Is that adequate in your mind, or should we add at least two?
So Councilmember Boyette, I think two actually might be an improvement for two reasons. One, we've had situations where the commercial lender had to recuse themselves because they work for the bank that was giving primary lending, and in that case, we were left without their input. And then the second reason is we have four members, and in the case of a tie, so that would be a welcome change.
Okay, Councilmember Treaky, or Councilmember Boyd, did you want to follow up with that?
Can I add to this?
I will accept that as another friendly amendment.
All right, we're going to stack these friendly. There's a lot of friends here.
Section 13-1105, loan application underwriting criteria. Section B, I would like to add, to change it from one commercial lender from a local bank to two lenders from a local bank, making a 5-person group instead of 4.
Yeah, I'll second that.
It doesn't need a second.
Yeah, you won't need that here, just a second. So let's, 11, you said 1105, yep, the new 1105, subsection B, the 4-person loan becomes 5. And,
Two commercial lenders.
and 2. Okay. So the proposed friendly amendment to Councilmember Shaw's motion is just that. That subsection 305B changes to a 5-member committee and 2 commercial lenders. Councilmember Rupsis consents to that. Discussion now. I'm going to Councilmember Treaky and Councilmember Gulick.
I just wanted to be reminded there was also an administrative change that you wanted. Is that right?
Yeah, section C up there.
Yeah, I'm not asking what it was. I just want to make sure that whoever's keeping track of the motion has all the things in the motion.
Yeah, that dealt with the what the mayor is receiving, which applications. Okay, all righty. Councilmember Gulick.
Looking for another amendment. Hopefully it'll be friendly. Full disclosure, my senior partner is Randy Hafer, and we have had clients that have worked on projects that have done the full amount, going back to 2004 for myself. Cost inflation has occurred in the meantime. Doesn't have the same buying power as it once did. I would like to amend this to increase it, hopefully friendly, to $350,000 as the maximum request. That would be found in section 1107, item A. 5, thank you, yes. So increase that to $350,000. And just, when do I give them an explanation?
Well, let's see if we've got a second to the, again, we don't need a second. Okay. If it's a friendly amendment, we don't need the second, so we would need the consent of Councilmember Shaw and Ripsis. Otherwise, it'll be, you're not making the motion, so that's okay. Councilmember Shaw and Ripsis, is up to you.
I don't feel this necessary.
Yeah.
I wouldn't support that.
I don't directly.
I would lean toward us needing to vote separately on that.
Okay, so Councilmember Gulick, you do not have a friendly amendment, but you could make it as a amendment, a proposed amendment. So it's up to you to decide what you want to do. Councilmember Gulick?
Maybe I actually want a clarification with Gina real quick. If you believe I would need to recuse myself if I have had clients in the past that have made use of this program, that is what I'm being asked right now.
I'd be surprised, but go ahead, Councilor.
I don't think that presents a conflict.
No, okay.
Just to be clear, Councilmember Gulick, do you have a client now who is currently seeking one of these that would be in excess of $250,000, though?
I do not.
Okay. Okay, so we'll
so it'll be a separate amendment we're talking about then.
Yeah, so we will come back to you to give you that amendment, but before we, opportunity to make that amendment, before we do, Councilmember or City Minister Kukulski want to comment.
Just want to take advantage of the opportunity. It's much more helpful to just make amendments. All these friendly amendments make it much more difficult for the clerk to track, the public to track, you all to track. So since I just came from the South, some say y'all, all y'all. But seriously, if there's nothing wrong with them making amendments, but all the friendly thing makes it much more difficult for everybody to do their job. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that especially once they get stacked. Anyway, Councilmember Gulick, you did want to make an amendment or a motion for an amendment.
Yeah, so I would move to increase the maximum request from $250,000 to $350,000. I guess I mentioned before.
Okay, is there a second to the motion? Second by Councilmember Joy. Okay. Did you want to address that further, Councilmember Gulick?
Yeah,
you did comment.
Trying to keep up with inflation. We haven't had defaults with loans. It doesn't necessarily increase the risk to the city having one larger or larger loans. Again, we do have a committee that reviews these. It's actually, if we were maxed out in the number of things, it's fewer loans for the city to keep track of in terms of staffing. It seems to me that there's clearly need out there, and let's make good development occur in downtown. So
Okay, thank you very much. For the discussion on the motion, Councilmember Purington?
Well, I guess I don't see the need as much because we're still sitting on almost close to $1 million that aren't being asked, to be taken as loan. So I will not support this motion.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Neese.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, you've been on the committee for 5 years. Have you had anyone ask for loans amounts more than $250,000 or even suggest they need it, wish they could have more than that?
Councilmember Neese, I recall one loan request that was with the former finance director. I remember him talking to me about it, but other than that, no, we have not. But I don't know that that's because it's been filtered, by DBA already, because they know that that's the case.
Sure, okay. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion on the motion before we proceed to a vote? The other comment I would make is I will vote in favor because we're not keeping up with inflation. I think Andy's numbers were about 420,000 or a little bit more than that we would need to be the equivalent of when the $250,000 was originally established. So this is some increase, but quite a bit less than the original value of the $250,000. And although it does increase the risk for any one of those individual loans that are larger, of course, if we don't have a larger amount, then we're going to have more loans. So you're just trading off more loans for more smaller loans, I guess, something like that. Councilor Ripsis.
I just make a quick comment. I was originally concerned about the loan amount maximum as well. So I just went out and started Googling cities and revolving loan funds. I couldn't find any that were more than $250,000. Most of them are maybe $100,000. And so I thought $250,000 right now seemed to be a decent target for us. We also have Big Sky EDA, like I think somebody mentioned, that has $100,000, I think, revolving loan funds. So I think there are multiple sources out there. I don't think the thing holding us back here from making this the best possible tool is the maximum loan amount. So,
okay. Very good. We'll proceed to a vote then. So we'll do a show of hands. Again, the motion is just on the amendment to increase the maximum to $250,000, or I'm sorry, to $350 from $250. So if in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Cole, Treaky, and that's it. So if voting in opposition, raise your hands. Voting in opposition, Neese, Owen, Tidswell, Purington, Boyette, and Ripsis. So I believe the nays have it 6-5. So now back to the underlying motion, which is for approval with all those joyously friendly amendments. Any further discussion on the underlying motion? Don't see any. We'll proceed to a vote. Okay, if the underlying amended motion is hopefully clear, because don't ask me to restate it.
Tony restate it?
Yeah, as a test. I don't think so. We will if Tony tells me that she is unclear about.
I understand it perfectly.
You do? Okay. All right. And with that, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion with the underlying friendly amendments, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes that item and brings us to our final item, our collective bargaining agreement with our Billings Police Department. Carla, thank you for your patience. This is item number 6. Tony, would you read item number 6?
Montana Federation of Public Employees, Billings Police Officers Unit Collective Bargaining Agreement, 7/1/2021 through 6/30/2025. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll try not to be so complicated. I'll get you through it quickly, okay? If you're not excited to see me, it should be. I'm the last on your agenda tonight. Anyway, here we go. Okay. This, of course, is the agreement between the Billings Police Unit, the MFPE, and the police officers. And the police officers, that agreement includes all the police officers, of course, and the detectives. It does not include our airport police. Okay, just to be clear on that, they are Teamsters. Okay.
Is that lieutenants and above or not?
Nope, sergeant and above are non-bargaining. Okay, good question. Kevin? Oh, okay, sorry. I got a point there. You're right, I can't go point at that screen because that's not working. Okay. The MFPE team members, we engaged in interspace bargaining, which if you're not familiar with that, it is different than traditional. Traditional bargaining is when you meet across the table from each other, you bring formal proposals, you go back and forth like that. Interspace bargaining I think has been very effective for us the last 10 to 12 years because it is, you come to the table with issues and then you both become a team and try to resolve those issues. And it works really, really well. Anyway, so our team members this year were Cash Anderson, Denise Baum, Steve Hellam, Brad Manser, Sean Wickman, and Joe Dampierre, and that's was on the police side. And then on the city side was Jeremy House, Kevin Iflin, Brian Coral, Brandon Woolley, and myself. And what? I always get way ahead of my slides. I talk way faster than I click. Anyway, the July 1st, 2021 contract changes that we are proposing this year, the police did agree to a 0% cost of living increase. What we tried to do was develop a new pay scale. You know, we had a pay scale that was over 22 years and 13 steps. This does give them a step out to 1 through 20 years. But if you look at it, it's going to really help us be competitive, and they really help fund it. And they truly did. They went to the table and came to the table and said, hey, we think we need this for recruitment and all of those things, but if we help you fund it by not taking a cost of living raise for July 1st of 21 through June 30th of 21, and also then take our longevity and roll it in. So going forward as of July 1st, 2022, there will be no longevity for police officers. It is being rolled into their rate. But in an effort to do that, by doing that, we were able to develop this pay plan, and for a 2-year cost on that, it was $545,000. The other thing that we agreed to was, a 3% cost of living, which actually equates to $340,000, and then in year 4, $345,000. And so we do have a 4-year agreement that I'm proposing to you tonight. And there were just some other minor changes. If you keep in mind, this contract is really seasoned. It's very mature. It's been around for a long time. So we don't have a lot of issues with it. So we had some language cleanup that we did, and you'll find that the clothing and equipment allowance was not increased. We're just changing how we're paying that out. We're paying that out in the second pay period of July. Both parties agreed to a joint labor management committee where we're getting our detectives together with a subcommittee and working on how do we improve our on-call with our detectives so that we always know that when we need that, we have people that are responding to that. And that we are doing, we have agreed to do it without any money changing hands, so that is also good news. They're still working on that, and that plan will be implemented in July 1st of 22. We revised obsolete language on K-9 officers. We don't train weekly like the language says. We do it twice monthly. And then certification pay will no longer be paid in December. We are moving that to no longer paid in December. We're moving it to November, and really an effort to really help my payroll division. December is a really, really tough month on them, so we moved that to November, and they were agreeable to that. I guess I've already talked about year 1 of the contract where there was no cost, the $545,000 for a combination of year 1 and 2, and then the 3%. I do move through it quickly. Anyway, do you have any questions? I mean, we have 3 options. You can approve it, you can choose not to approve it, or send us back to the table and, for more information, or...
Okay, thank you very much. There will not be a public hearing on this item. Questions? So, Councilmember Owen, Councilmember Boyette.
I have a question just generally about labor contract negotiations, and Andy can jump in on this too if he wants. I am concerned, and I'm hopeful you'll tell me I'm wrong, that we generally approach labor negotiations without regard to budget authority to pay them. So I'm worried that the process is generally sort of a personnel negotiation and not, I don't see a a finance person at the table as a part of the negotiating. So I worry about us making promises and just sort of hoping the budget works out.
Okay, good question, Councilmember Owen and Mayor and City Council. We do involve Andy heavily in these negotiations. We do work with him to create the numbers. We go back and forth with the union, and then we always take it back to make sure we believe we can fund it. I think with the cost of living right now of 7.9%, I think this is a very fair deal for the city. I think it's fair for our employees, and it's also fair for the city. It was a battle. And with a lot of these contracts, especially over the last summer, where we went from 4%, kept climbing to 5%, we're at like 5.5 when we settled Teamsters, and right now we're at 7.9. So I do think I really commend police for being willing to settle this. And rest assured, Andy has been involved every step of the way.
So if I could just follow up quickly.
Go ahead.
Do you mean to say that when you negotiate contracts or whatever the team is, that it is always based on an assumption that the existing budget resources are what they are? Or are there assumptions that the budget's going to increase, or, what, we're going to sign off on this because we think it's a good deal, but we know it means we're going to have to go out for another mill levy? Are you working from an assumption that our budget is what it is, or are you building in assumptions that the budget's going to go up and therefore you can tuck the labor negotiation, the contracts into it?
I guess we're under the assumption that it is going to go up somewhat, but we try to keep that within a reasonable range based on what we can afford and project. Would you agree, Andy? Do you want to add anything else?
Okay, got the thumbs up from Andy. Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. Can you give me an idea of if I walked in today and I became a brand new policeman, what my base pay would be? And then can you kind of compare that to the rest of Montana to see if we're okay or not?
Actually, this new pay system does get us competitive a little bit, at least with Missoula and with Bozeman. They still are going to be a little higher than we are, but we'll with this new pay scale you saw in the memo, it'll be $29.50 is where they'll start, and that's a substantial increase. But again, we rolled in no raise for July 1 of 21, and then also roll their longevity in that to reach that. But that does make us competitive. Bozeman is still over $31, and Missoula is like $30.46. So we need to compete with them. We're a large city, we have big issues, and I can tell you, I don't want to be on the street right now. And so we need to pay competitively to get them to continue to apply and keep our police force strong.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve an agreement for the renewal of labor contract between MFPE, Billings Police Officers Unit, and the City of Billings as recommended by staff.
Councilmember Shaw makes the second. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Tricky, Councilmember Neese. Councilmember Neese, it's your motion. Why don't you go start? Councilmember Tricky.
Thank you, Mayor. Carly, I agree. I read through the contract. It was, you've been working this contract for years. It's minor changes to it. I think the combination, that was one of my complaints about having separate things for longevity and pay scales and stuff like that. Bringing that into a more unified single source like that, I think it's a lot better. I appreciate you guys working hard on it. And I really appreciate the police officers, what they do for our city. They do an awful lot. I think this, again, treats them well. It treats the whole city well. So I think you did a good job as far as getting this together. So thank you.
Thank you. Our teams definitely appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tricky.
I was looking through I'm assuming it was redlined. I'm assuming the contract that we got was redlined. I thought I saw changes highlighted on it. Is that correct?
In the contract that was attached?
Yeah.
They were underlined in bold? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, okay. So I was looking for changes to work rules, and I didn't really, other than the one that you highlighted, I didn't see any, so is that correct?
To work rules?
Yeah.
Yeah, only things that were highlighted and that I mentioned here were the changes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that thank you for what you do for the city, and this is not easy work. Trying to do this so that it's fair for the city, it's fair for the employees. I think we all want the city's employees to be paid well and competitively, and so I just think I don't think the public realizes that you've been talking to us on City Council for almost a year about this and what's happening and how much work has gone into developing this. So I feel like it needs to be called out again, and please thank your team for their hard work.
Thank you very much. Further, Councilor Manish, you had some other.
Just one last comment before we vote, but that change from December to Thanksgiving, I can't help how that, or think how that's going to help with the after-day Thanksgiving sales, because everyone get their money early November and can go out and spend it on.
Whatever we can do to help out
Yeah,
the
so
economy.
that was a great benefit, I'm sure.
Okay, we appreciate our police officers. Any further discussion on the motion? Don't see any. We'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, which is for approval of the collective bargaining agreement described in item number 6, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Carla. Thank you, Billings Police Department. Thank you, all of our negotiators for both teams. Chris?
And Mayor, could I just offer that same thank you to the team as well as the bargaining unit. We do absolutely approach these. These are multi-year contracts. We do not know with certainty what future budgets are going to look like, but we absolutely consider those. We also absolutely have to consider what is the market. We live in a market environment. How do we retain and recruit quality people? So those are huge components. And this bargaining unit has consistently, and in this case, they proved it again, approached this is a labor management team to solve these problems, and that's not always the case. So, thank you.
Thank you. This is the time for public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anybody who'd like to comment on something that was not on our agenda tonight? Seeing no one, we will close our public. Oh, no. Okay.
I'm putting on a different hat right now. I'm the president of the Heights Water District, and I want to thank everybody. It's been a hard year to get this thing done, so thank you. We do have to have a public comment one more time so that our people that are both the city and the Heights understand fully well what's going on in terms of the $2.9 million that is out there. I would just like to add, if possible, that $2.9 million be looked at the infrastructure in the Heights for the public utilities. I know we can't say anything about where the budget goes to or what the money is going to be there, but why not put it back to the Heights? Because we do have those new needs that are going to be there in the future, especially with the new reservoir. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ming. Thank you for your work on that. Any other public comment on something that wasn't on our agenda tonight? Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name's Ken Ard. I live at 313 South 36th Street. And my purpose here tonight is just kind of talk to you about safety. And you may or may not have heard this in the past, but I recently had a family member that, brought the drug world to my door. I was a regular person, not really paying, just going about my life, living and doing my thing, and just like everybody else. And he brought it to my door, and I realized how close those drug homes are next to my house, and a block over, and 2 blocks over, and 4 blocks over, and it's a problem. And I'm kind of going through the process with him, through the court system, and I'm realizing, and I'm watching how broken our services are here in the city. I mean, they are hugely, just enormously broken. I mean, the jail's full. The mental health services, there's none. There's drug rehab services, there's none. And we have good people working on this. Judge Kohler is doing a great job. I like her program, but the services and the connectivity of all those services and getting, somebody from jail out into the working world completely broken. It's just not working. And us in the, down where I live, we're starting to feel unsafe. I've talked to my neighbors. I mean, there's too much homelessness. There's been way too many shootings, too many drugs issues going around. And it's really starting to be, coming from me, I mean, and for people that know me to get up here and say that, I mean, I think that's saying something because I can take a lot. But, it's actually closer and a bigger problem what people might not think. You know what I mean? And so I think this council going forward, probably the single biggest thing that you could do for the city of Billings is over the next couple of years is us trying to improve and make the city safer, because it's just getting out of hand. And that's kind of my 2 cents for this evening. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. You heard a lot of thank yous up here. I hope you did anyway. And again, thank you for your patience. We hear you. Councilmember Purrington.
So Chris, this is a question that I kind of posed today. Catherine Card made a comment about some of the things that she witnesses on South Side. This gentleman, Dan and I have been dealing with a house over in our ward that is obviously a drug house. And so my question is, how does the city shut these down? Do they deem them a public nuisance? How do they do that? Because there's obviously knowledge that drugs are moving in and out of these homes. And so I think that's the biggest issue for me in looking at some of the, people that are trying to live a good life in their neighborhood. They can't. And there are a lot of safety issues. I know there's some up in the Heights that are doing the same thing. So we've got them all over the city, but how do we shut them down? Big question.
It is, and I think it's a complicated one, but it's certainly one that your staff has spent, and you have spent the last several years making investments and making decisions about how to be more effective in doing that. So, you had shared with me one example today, and I haven't gotten to see if we got the email information relative to, we've certainly learned, much to my surprise, code enforcement sometimes is a more efficient tool than law enforcement. But other times, I suspect code enforcement is not going to get the job done. It has to be law enforcement and or the criminal justice system. So I don't know if you're looking for something more specific, as you share with the chief and myself and the department what challenges we're facing. Certainly Wyeth's team, Gina's team, Chief St. John's team are working collaboratively to use the tools that can best take care of the problem. And it's very frustrating how long it often takes.
That's my issue, is that you have police officers going to the same places time and time again, and I would imagine that they deal with a lot of that frustration. And so what does it take, especially these property owners, that, I don't know that you need to say that they allow it, but it goes on in the homes that they rent, or that they have. So I don't know, is that a legal thing to declare them a public nuisance? Because it's that same, repetitive thing, like they were talking about the $10 million that was spent on the 93 people. It's that repetitive stuff. Why can't we put a stop to it?
I mean, I certainly would.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah,
maybe we could
sorry.
just ask Gina to comment. There is a concept of a public nuisance. It's 1022, so let's not get into it very deep. But if you just...
I won't get into it very deep, but there is a way to file an action in court to have a public nuisance declared. That's certainly something that my office, in cooperation with code enforcement and the police department, can work towards. I'm assuming there's a specific residence in mind that you're thinking of, referring to. Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of them out there, actually, but yes, if there's enough evidence, if there's enough for us to work with, then it's possible. I mean, they're not the easiest cases to do, but that's certainly something that we can look at a little bit more closely. It's a collaborative effort between all three departments.
I think we have to leave it there, but Councilor Tisdale, if you got just a real quick.
Does it always start with, sorry, Gene, does it always start with code enforcement? Does it always start there?
No, not always. I mean, I think it often can start with the police department too, but in order for us to get involved, it has to be brought to us by some investigative agency.
Okay, thank you. Council, any council initiatives? Any other public comment? Did I not close public comment before? Thank you. Okay, public comment period is closed. Any council initiatives? Councilmember Tricky?
I'll make this brief. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going to end up going with this, but I have to say that I was disappointed in the staff deciding not to go forward with the Wi-Fi in the parks. For two different reasons. One, it feels to me like that is more of a policy question than anything else. And two, in reading the memo about it, it is very obvious that we were making policy based on our fears. This has been an important and this has been a very important issue for a very long time. People who have access to the internet do much better than people who do not. There's a study that showed a direct correlation between people who had more deaths and significant illnesses from COVID and not having access to the internet. It is a question of equity. 100 years ago, we dealt with this by making sure that everyone had access to a telephone. Today, we are not doing that same thing. So it was really disappointing to me to see us decide not to put those public Wi-Fi places and not have a conversation about it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate your patience. Got a lot done.